Well, hello, good afternoon. What's up, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. Is there a push-up emote for us to use? I don't think we have a push-up emote. Hey, so what's up? Which DD Kuros, Jager, Astrayos, Kafira, what's up, what's up? How has your day been so far? How are we all doing? Of course, you all watched the Echo broadcast while I was casting, right? Even though Liquid was literally killing the boss while we had plus runs going on, right? I'm certain you guys all watched the Echo broadcast instead. Good morning. I watched you did, which is really nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. I had a good time with Jesse today. Thanks for 17 months, Django. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, Liquid killed it a while ago at the very end of their raid day. They're now asleep. All right, let me run the intro. Enjoy. Hello. I'm currently thinking which music we're playing today. What are we feeling today? So I was starting out with this like chill music, but now I'm looking through my Spotify playlist. Are you feeling more indie mix, pop mix, Matt Henson mix, chill out mix, folk and acoustic mix, or happy mix? Mix sounds great. Hey, Lucas, what's up? Let's go with this one for now. Actually, nah. I changed my mind. No.
Oh, I tried to rescue you and now I've killed myself.
Let's go with this.
Yeah. My hope was I could fly above you, rescue
Yeah.
you in time, and go straight back up to the top.
Yeah, I didn't know that was an upgrade, sorry.
Wait, none of this is nice.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
I don't play Lunar Calling, I play Keeper.
Or even if I'm below or if they're below. Can I rescue someone from below if I'm on it?
Maybe we'll go with this for now.
I was above the ledge when I tried to push the button.
Nice chill indie mix. Sure. Hey Evo, thanks for the prime. What's up? How you doing?
Oh, I think Mike can talk to
Alright. Yeah, so Liquid killed a boss. The end of the raid day, which is, I think, good. Like, I think it's good for the raid to not potentially last too long. Like, the fact that they killed the second to last boss this reset means that it's very likely that Ansarek dies within the next reset. So I might not have to delay my flight. My flight is on Sunday, so it's very possible that the last boss dies before that. It is also possible that the boss dies like on Monday or something, which would kind of suck because then I have to delay my flight. Well, I mean, I don't have to, but I probably would want to delay my flight until Wednesday, and then it's a bit awkward, but, you know, we'll see later on. We'll see how difficult Ansarek is. Hey, Betty, what's up? How you doing? Thank you so much for the prime again, Evo. And hey, Damgur. Hello, my Italian friend. What's up? Hey, Mr. Good afternoon. She'll die by Friday or Saturday for sure. Well, Friday would be a bit early-ish. Possible, because you have to remember that the reset happens as well, and there's going to be some time they have to spend re-clearing and re-gearing their characters. There might be some split action going on at some point. So you're going to have to see. See, this race feels so fast. Really, you think so? It didn't feel that fast to me. It feels like, I think some people have been saying the opposite. Some people say that this race is actually really long. And to me, it feels just about like right. I honestly think they're gonna hit that perfect mark of the race, like lasting 9 to like 11 days. And I think that's perfect. Like I'm not worried about it lasting too long, and I'm also not worried about it not lasting long enough. I mean, yeah, of course, compared to a Londres fight, everything feels short, but that Londres is the exception here, and not. What the hell's going on here? Wait a second. My Battle.net window is being real sus right now. It won't let me log in through Google. Oh, I'm also logged into America? What is going on here? I'm very confused. I mean, I also don't know my password, so if I can't log in through Google, then I'm not logging in at all. What is this? Look what it's doing.
The first time, yeah, I didn't realize I did it the second time.
It's showing me... Wait, let me close this so you don't get distracted. It shows me my email and password. It doesn't show me the other options, but they're still there. Like, they're just, like, not visible. You see? Like, it's, like, log in through Google and stuff. Like, it's somewhere under here. It's just not there. You see, it's here. Okay, let me see if I can blindly click it. Couldn't verify your account. Okay. Let's try this button. No, that didn't work. Oh, found something. Log in with Nintendo. What? You can log into Battle.net with Nintendo? Log in with Facebook? No? No? Man, this is difficult. Hey, Allegory, what's up? Thank you very much. Good morning, Jinja. What's up? No, I mean, I didn't blindly click, so I'm blindly clicking it now because I don't see anything. Like, usually when you open Battle.net, you can enter your password or you get the options below. And they are there, they're just invisible, is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, you see here, you know how my mouse changes? When I mouse over some stuff? Like, it is somewhere here. Log in with Xbox Network. Log in with PlayStation. Log in with Apple? No. I just need to find Google somewhere. I can do it, I can do it. Facebook? No. Google! I found Google. Where did it go? It was there for a moment. Nice. Okay, wait, I just need to hide the screen real quick. Okay, I pressed it. It worked, let's go. Incredible. Wait. It said logged in, but it closed itself again. What? Okay, well, I'm logged in, all good. A legendary. Actually, no. No what? Sorry, was there a question? I'm gonna make another video guide, a Moonkin guide. I will upload it eventually, yeah. Hey White, what's up? Hey Bastu, what's up? How are you doing? So, hope you all had a great day so far. The plan for today is that we go quickly do our daily Wordles and Wordle adjacent games. Because otherwise we can't start the day, of course. And then we're going to do some M+. I still have to do some 10s to get my vault filled. And then I'm gone. I'll leave at 5:30 around that time to get dinner, and then I'm out of here. Tomorrow I'm casting from 1 to 5 p.m., which means that I'm going to stream before. So tomorrow I'm going to be an early stream. Tomorrow we stream from like maybe from 9 to noon or something. Hey Anstad, thank you so much for 21 months. How are you doing? For an extra challenge shirt on hard mode? Oh, I already play hard mode by default, I think. I think we already do that. Alright, let's do our Wordles real quick.
I'm gonna wait for the circle.
Okay.
Oh god, no.
We can kill it. Tell me we can kill it. Fuck, we can't kill it. We need to put the...
We can't hear you at the moment, Phil.
Oh yeah, sorry. I said we can kill it.
Come on. Come on.
Wait, the D is in the correct spot. Wait, I'm an idiot.
It's my fault. I stepped on 2 tentacles. I should just miss them. Oh, I fucking broke left.
Baldy. Okay. It's not J.B. Okay, then. Candy. It's not candy, but it is a dandy. Or Mandy, is that a thing? Okay, it's not. Tandy. Okay. Wendy? Wandy. Dandy? Uh-oh. Handy? Oh, thank God. Whew. That was difficult, apparently. Jesus. All right, let's do some math real quick. 3 times 7 is 21. Plus 4 is 25. Ooh, it is a 2-digit number. I assume it's just a simple addition. So it's like 47 plus 20, 21, 68. It is a simple addition. Okay, boring. So there's an 8 somewhere. Let's assume it's here. Let's assume 7's here. No, it can't be here. So to achieve 7, we would need 9.
Exactly.
Hey Megan, what's up? Hey DSD, what's up? I'm new to the race first. Why don't they release or at least open the gate of the raid at the same time? What is the argument for not doing that? So the argument for not doing that is the race world first is not an official race. It's not a tournament that is organized by Blizzard. So you could argue, why would they change something that is not something that they're organizing? Like, why would they change the game around something that is not it's not an official tournament that they organize, right? You could argue that, but I do think that's a little bit of a lame argument because the race will first, Blizzard is obviously aware that it's happening, and they hugely benefit off of the race happening because it's a lot of marketing for the game. So they can make changes in favor, or I don't want to say in favor, but they can make changes that positively affects the race of first without having to justify it by it being like an official tournament. Right? I do think it's fair to say that they can do that, and they are doing that. They are clearly aware of the race of first, and they're clearly tuning some of the bosses around the race of first. So that argument is not really valid in my opinion. The one valid argument that I do think is the main reason why they're not changing it, and this one is a little bit more complicated, is the fact that the raid doesn't open at a certain time. The raid opens on weekly reset. In World of Warcraft, we have a weekly reset, right? Where all of the things that have a weekly ID, they're all reset on a certain time in the week. Now, this weekly reset doesn't just affect the raid, it affects other things as well, like your vault, weekly quests, and so on, right? And everyone's raid ID. Like, this is not exclusively something that matters for the race to first. This also is something that matters for everyone else. So if you would release the raid at the same time for everyone, you would also have to move the weekly reset to the same time for everyone. Because you cannot open the raid separately from the weekly reset, because the raid is tied to the weekly reset. You have an ID that lasts for 7 days. So if the weekly reset is not the same as the raid releasing, then your weekly reset all of a sudden is not 7 days anymore. It's either more or less than that, which wouldn't make sense, right? So the weekly reset is tied to the raid releasing, or it has to be tied for it to make sense. And that's the problem that Blizzard is probably considering when they're not changing it. Because if you have the weekly reset changed to be at the same time for everyone, then that, of course, also affects every player, not just the race of first players. It affects every single player that plays World of Warcraft. All of a sudden, and then you have to consider that the huge time zone differences are obviously going to mean that the weekly reset is going to be at weird times for somebody. You can say that the weekly reset happens at, like, let's say 1 a.m. for NA, and it happens at 10 a.m. for EU, but then it would be at 7 p.m. for Asia, or whatever. It would be somehow midday for Asia, right? And then you can say, okay, well, just ignore Asia. Right? Some people are arguing, well, who cares about Asia? But, I mean, I guess they do have to care about them as well. But even if you disregard the Asian servers, still the 1 a.m. and 10 a.m. Reset would still be awkward, because then you have a reset at 1 a.m., which would be, like, it would definitely be problematic for the guild that has the 1 a.m. reset. And it also, like, just changes the way your reset affects, like, I mean, this is for the race of first player, that it would be weird, but on it, like, that wouldn't matter. I think the race of first players wouldn't necessarily mind that much to change their schedule around as to wake up at, like, midnight, you know, for, like, 2 weeks. I guess that's fine. But the problem is that players, the normal players that play the game, they kind of got used to the reset being at a certain time, like in the morning, and then they want to log in, wait at the vault or whatever, and open it at that certain time. And if you change the weekly reset for them, then all of a sudden they're going to be upset, and they're going to be like, oh, we know you changed this for race of first only, and blah, blah, blah. They're going to be upset. Not to mention that you also have to consider the people that actually work on the game. Like, it's not just when the weekly reset happens, how it affects the players. It's also how the people that are applying the patch, because the people that are applying the patch, the people that work at Blizzard, they are like normal humans that work. That's their job, right? And if they would have to apply patches for them to go live, because most of them are in California, right? And if if the weekly reset would happen at 1 a.m. for them, then they would have to apply patches and do maintenance every week from like, I don't know, 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. in the morning, which obviously are pretty cursed working hours, which is also not ideal, right? So like there is many things to consider here. Yeah, that like more things that people think about, I guess. Thanks for 27 months, had a lot. What's up? Yeah, here for the Big Debbie Promise for Insta story. Hey, Cornelius, what's up?
Interesting stuff. And they're changing things. This is definitely analyzing. This is a whole play to be like, this is going to pay off for us a bit because, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This works out really well.
Oh my god, I remember the Ashen Hollow because that's when I played MDI that season. And
But I could just remove global time zones so everyone is in the same time zone.
and don't get me wrong, he was insane. He was really, really good. But his healing
That is actually a good point. I never thought about it this way, Selenius. That's actually a good point. You simply just managed user numbers in a reasonable amount with having these time offsets in release/resets. A global reset/release date will make it very difficult in server performance. This is actually something I did not think about before. That does make sense. Yeah, by staggering your releases, you also have like less players playing the patch at the same time, which definitely like releases like staggers pressure on like your workers as well. Like, and again, like I'm not saying that this is not doable. Like I do think global release is certainly doable, but it would cause a lot of changes and it would cause a lot of like it definitely would have a lot more impact than what people think it has. And it's like, and then you got to ask yourself, so if they change the weekly reset to one time, they have to do it for the whole time, right? They can't just say, hey, the weekly reset happens at a certain amount of time for like 3 weeks, and then afterwards we're going to change it again.
So how do we reset?
Right? Like that's, I mean, I guess they could, in theory, change the weekly reset for just like a shorter period of time and then turn it back. But I'm sure that's a little bit more complicated than what it sounds. No, the easiest race to make the race fair is the way it is right now. Like I think a lot of people are really overestimating how much of an impact the weekly reset has for the outcome of the whole race. Like yes, of course, the weekly reset matters, but Blizzard is purposefully tuning the rate in a way that the reset matters as little as possible. And they have succeeded in this almost every race. So the longer, like if the race lasts for around 9 to 11 days, which is the average, then the reset matters very little. The longer the race lasts, the less importance the reset has. Because, like for example, the fact that Liquid has to reset now and Echo has it tomorrow, it doesn't matter. Like what does it matter? It doesn't. It would only matter if they were on the last boss right now, and that extra set of, like the extra item level would help them to kill the boss before Echo does. But they won't kill the boss today, and they also won't kill it tomorrow, and they won't kill it the day after. So that extra like reset time that they're getting in the second week is actually it actually has very little relevance if the boss dies on like Saturday, Sunday. Even if it does on Friday, it has very little relevance. So I think a lot of people are putting a lot of thought and they're focusing a lot on this reset as if it's like a super big deal. And I mean, of course, it is not fair, one way or the other. Like obviously, something that is fair would assume that you have like an even and equal starting point. And that is obviously not the case. But in many different ways. It's not just like one thing that is not fair. There's multiple things that are unfair, right? Or that are not the same. And therefore, it kind of like evens itself out. It's part of the race. It just has, like, it has been like this whole time. And it's kind of like, it's part of it, you know? And I think it's fine. You shouldn't focus on it too much. The only time where the reset really, really matters and it becomes really unfair is when a boss dies around the reset. Like if a boss dies around Tuesday, Wednesday, then obviously it's really unfair. But that is why Blizzard is trying to avoid that very, desperately. Like, they are very much trying to avoid that kill time by tuning numbers accordingly.
Kind of like put them in a good place, linked away from Spurley, and then they're not tracking.
They will not get stuck on any boss. No, the reclear will be very fast. They won't get stuck on anything. You can quote me on that. No, it's not flat out X hours are just a time advantage. It's not. Okay, I'm going to quickly explain why starting earlier is not purely an advantage, and then we're going to move on with our wordles, because I don't want to spend too much time talking about this, because it's the same topic every single time, and I'm kind of getting tired of talking about this over and over again. But, so, there's numerous reasons why starting early is not a pure advantage. Because, of course, time-wise, it is, of course, an advantage to start early. But in the great scheme of things, if you look at at the race as a whole, then there are things that Liquid has to do that costs them time, which reduces their advantage that they have and makes their overall reset shorter. Number one, they have a longer downtime. The servers are down for longer because Blizzard has to apply the patch, and they basically just need longer because it's the first region they apply it to. So, for example, last reset, when Mythic came out, their servers were down for 2 hours, even though the weekly reset already had happened. So that means their weekly reset is 2 hours shorter, which might not seem like much, but it kind of does when you think about it. Like, this is a race where every hour matters, right? So their whole reset is 2 hours shorter versus EU. EU has 7 days of reset, and NA has 2 hours less. How much impact that has, who knows exactly, right? But that's like one disadvantage. Then in the second reset, so tomorrow, they again have the reset, or the maintenance is supposed to last until 10 a.m. their time, even though the weekly reset happens at 9. So that means it eats into their week reset by 1 hour again, which is not actually going to matter that much this time around because they don't do the whole reset anyway. The time cutting into the reset only matters if we have a full reset. If we don't have a full reset, then that 1 hour is not going to make a difference, really. Starshine. Last Tuesday was 5 hours reset. No, it wasn't. It's not the maintenance time that matters. It's how much time it eats into their weekly reset. Like, the servers being down before the reset does not matter. It's when the servers when the weekly reset happens, if then the servers are still down, that's the time that matters, right? Because if the servers are up before the weekly reset, that doesn't matter because you can't do anything. You have to wait for the weekly reset to happen. Weekly reset is at 8 MPT? I don't think so. I think it's at 9. I think the weekly reset is at 9.
Try not attacking them.
If I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure it's 9. Are you sure? Is the weekly reset at 8 a.m.? Wait, but if it's at 8 a.m., that's 13 hours. So they had 13 hours instead of 12? Because EU reset is at 6 a.m. So they had 13 hours? It doesn't matter, Kuros. It doesn't matter. I'm asking about the difference now. Is it 13 hours or not? So it's 13 hours. Okay, so this time they actually have 13-hour reset advantage rather than 12. Sometimes it's 12. In fact, I thought always it's 12. But I guess it's 13 hours this time. Either way, it doesn't matter because if their maintenance goes until 11, then they're going to have... Wait, until 10, actually. That means that 2 hours of their weekly reset is going to be maintenance anyway. Well, for EU, that's almost never the case. For EU, the weekly reset is always... and I don't want to say always, but there's almost never... Like, the servers are almost always up when the weekly reset happens, which means that EU does not get any like downtime during the reset, which, of course, matters quite a lot. But anyway, so that's like one of the things, like with the weekly reset and with the maintenance being longer for NA. But then the main downside for having the reset early is two things. Number one, you have a much higher potential of wasting time against like unnerved or bugged or untuned bosses, right? Because within the race warfers, it is very, very common that bosses are either bugged or they're tuned incorrectly, or there's something that is going on that they're going to be fixing later, Blizzard that is. And obviously, if you start earlier, you also very likely are going to be reaching certain bosses earlier, which then in return means that if you reach a boss that is quote-unquote unkillable or has something that is like tuned very wrong or bugged or whatever, then you might be spending multiple hours trying a strategy or figuring something out or doing something that then Blizzard changes later, and then you spend, let's say, 5 hours on coming up with a strategy because you felt like the boss has to be played this way, but then they change it or nerf it or tune it or whatever, and then these 5 hours that you spent, it's not that like they're going to be completely wasted, right? Because you still got practice somehow. But it's very likely that a portion of those 5 hours have not been used optimally, and maybe you lost like 1 or 2 hours, or maybe even 3 out of the 5 hours that you wouldn't have lost otherwise. Well, you guilds reaching the boss later might only spend an hour on this, or maybe 0 hours on this kind of boss fight before it was tuned, right? And then obviously they don't have that same disadvantage of fighting that bugged boss or wasting time then. That's one of the things that obviously is dependent on a race. Like on some races this happens a lot, on some races it doesn't really happen at all, and so on and so on. Then the other thing, and this is in my opinion the most important thing, is that if you start early, you inevitably have to show your strategy early. And you also have to come up with a strategy, which are a pretty big disadvantage. And a lot of people do not consider this. The reason why Echo many times catches up to Liquid at some point is because Echo can look at everything that Liquid does and not make those same mistakes that Liquid did, right? Or if, let's say, Liquid tries a boss for a while, figures, oh, we can one-tank this, for example, then they one-tank, and then Echo immediately can do their one-tank strategy without even trying to tanking at all, like without having to come up with that strategy, right? So a lot of the strategy, a lot of the failed strategy and the successful things that the NA guilds have to come up with by themselves, the EU guilds can just copy or pick and choose what they want to apply to their own strategy. Because it's not like Echo has like no strategies coming into the race, of course. They've thought about stuff like this before, but they can take whatever they have come up with and then pick and choose whatever they want to take from Liquid because they've seen what they do, and then apply that to them, right? This is why a lot of times guilds go dark where they don't show what they're doing, because They know how big of a disadvantage it is. But at the start of the race, they're not doing that because they can't just go dark randomly for a whole day, right? So at the very start of a race, even though the bosses are simpler and easier to kill, usually it's still a pretty big disadvantage to show what you're doing, right? Now, at the end of the race, this doesn't matter as much anymore because there's going to be a back and forth. Like at some point, when the guilds are equal in progression, then the difference in sleeping hours means that there is inevitably going to be some back and forth between stealing strats or copying strats, right? So, like one guild progresses, the other one is asleep. When they wake up, they see what the other guild was doing, copies that, comes up with their own strategy later on, then they go to sleep, then the other guild wakes up, see what the other guild came up with, then they copy that, and then they move on. You know, like at some point it's going to be like a back and forth. But at the very start of the race, when there's easy bosses to kill, that's when there's no back and forth. At that point, it's only EU guilds taking from NA guilds and not the other way around. So even though later it's a back and forth, at the start it's literally just Liquid gifts, and doesn't take anything because they can't, because they start early, right? So yeah, because they have the early reset, they obviously gain advantage from being able to start earlier, but they have a disadvantage of having to come up with strategies that inevitably are going to get yoinked by the EU guilds and them having to spend less time on those. And that's why Echo even manages to catch up at some point at all, right? Because otherwise it would be very difficult for them to catch up eventually. Hey, Sensi, what's up? Starting early would be a disadvantage, like we could just start a day later. No, you're not understanding any of this, apparently. Okay, let me explain. Because, I mean, yeah. So, I am not saying that starting early is a disadvantage as a whole. I'm just saying that part of it is a disadvantage, yeah? I'm not saying that generally starting later is better. I'm saying that there's parts of starting early that can be disadvantaged, like the things that I mentioned, right? But even if starting later would be better, like if then NA cannot start later. Like Liquid cannot start a day later because the weekly reset lasts 7 days from when their weekly reset starts. That is why they have to go in first. Trust me, if Liquid could delay going into Mythic, they would, but they cannot. Because their weekly reset not only starts earlier, it also ends earlier. Because it lasts 7 days, right? Not 7 days and 12 hours or 6 days and 12 hours. It's 7 days from the weekly reset. That is why they have to do things first. Because believe me, they wouldn't do things first if they didn't have to.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
That's why Echo is doing all of their splits and everything they can possibly do that gives them an advantage through like splits and whatever. They do that first because they know Liquid is the first guild that has to enter their Mythic raid. And Liquid is waiting as long as they can. Liquid waits as long as they can before they go into Mythic to look at what other NA guilds are doing, right? Because Liquid also can see what other NA guilds are doing. Maybe guilds that are not participating in Race to World first, or just like random NA guilds, right? So Liquid is also waiting as long as they can, but eventually Liquid will have to step into the Mythic raid and will have to get to the bosses that no one else has been to. Because they have the reset first. So they have to be the first guild to go in there. So yeah, it is a disadvantage it can be a disadvantage to start first because of the reasons that I mentioned, right? Yes, Echo could go on an A, but see, I think the greatest, like the biggest, like I think a lot of you guys really underestimate, like, or generally overestimate the unfairness of the global release in this particular race, because if Echo would actually think that starting later would be such a big disadvantage that at some point they can't win anymore, then they actually would play an A, right? Like Echo could play an A if they wanted to, in theory. They can, right? Why wouldn't they? They can make characters on A servers, call a guild Echo, raid in America, have a venue in America, like they can. Of course, it would be more expensive, right? They would have to fly all of their players to America and production to America, but they all fly people here anyway, right? It would just be bigger cost because it's an overseas flight, obviously, right? And of course, there would be like differences, and they have to play on like high latency whenever there's no race and stuff like that. There would be a ping problem only for when they're not in the race well first. So for the race well first, they would have to fly the players into America, yeah, to have low ping, which would cost them more because they would have to fly people there, but they still have to fly people here into the venue anyway for the broadcast. So it would be a little bit more cost, but not like an insane amount more. So it is certainly possible that they play an A. Like it is definitely possible. And they would, like if they would think that they have such a big disadvantage, first of all, they would lose every race. Like if it was that big of a deal, they would just lose every race, right? Because it's obviously not true that Echo is so much better than Liquid that they would win even with like a huge disadvantage, right? So just that fact alone tells you that the reset being different, it does not have as big of an impact as you maybe think. Of course it has an impact, right? But not to such an extent that they'll lose every race. Right? Like that's obviously not true, as we can see.
Do you need banner?
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
Thank you so much for the Prime sub, Avaltor. Thank you very much. Thank you. So yeah, this whole reset thing, like I understand why it can be confusing, and I understand why people assume that it's just an advantage and that there's like absolutely zero disadvantage or whatever. But all I can tell you is that just you shouldn't focus on it too much because it's complicated. But don't think it has like a lot of impact because it really does. I mean, don't think that it has like a super negative impact for one or the other, because it's just not like that. Especially if the race lasts, like if the last boss dies well into a reset, is the main thing. Thanks for 17 months, Sam. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. 17 months of WoW and great RL streams. Oh, thank you so much. Now we have the race for first two. Things cannot get much better. Thank you, Shazam. That is amazing. Did I could pay you to say all of this, or is this your own view? You understand that I'm so confused right now. Why would Echo pay me to downplay the advantage that Liquid has from an early reset? If anything, Liquid would have to pay me to say this. And trust me, Liquid's not paying me to say this. That'd be very weird. And if you think that whatever I'm saying is in favor of Echo, then you didn't understand any of the things that I said. Yeah, it's like a back and forth. It's pros and cons for both sides, and you'll never be able to figure out the exact like amount of positive impact and negative impact it has. Like it's not possible. Like you can't say, well, this race, this guild had an advantage, and this guild, this this race this guild had an advantage. Like, you'll never be able to tell exactly how much of an advantage, how much of a disadvantage each guild had. Like, it's just not possible, obviously. But that's like part of the race. It has been like this for a long time. I mean, it has been like this forever, ever since the race is a thing. And that's fine, you know? I think a lot of people hate that it's unfair, which is understandable. Thank you so much for gifting a sub, Anonymous, by the way. Thank you very much. But the raiders themselves and the organizations themselves are happy that the race is how it is. Let me tell you that. They don't want Blizzard to be officially involved. They don't want this to be an official race. They maybe even don't want Global Reset either. Honestly, like I think the way the race is right now is actually working out perfectly fine for most of the people that are involved in it. In the way it works, and also for the viewers, I think it's actually really good the way it is right now. I think if the race would be some official Blizzard tournament, or if there would be like Global Reset or whatever, like the race would be very different, and maybe some of you wouldn't actually like it. Maybe you guys wouldn't enjoy it. Like if Blizzard would make an official race, it would be something completely different. Like it would be all different. It would be like 5 hours a day, tournament style thing. Because Blizzard couldn't have a tournament where players play as much as they play now. Like they would get all sorts of problems, yeah? Like imagine having an official tournament where players have to play, or where players are playing like, I don't know, 15 hours a day. Like, can't have that be an official thing.
Wait, what happened?
But anyway, it would be like way too much cost for Blizzard anyway, and it doesn't really make sense because they might even get less viewer numbers than what they have now, and it just makes no sense.
No, I would have done that at some point. When glacial spike led to murder.
All right, anyway, enough talk about this. Let's continue our Wordles, and then we can play 7+. So, we have done our Wordle, our Nerdle, and now we have to do Connection Wordle. We have to find 4 groups of 4. I see some smart people in here. Who else is a smart person? Tesla. Okay. Then we have... This is wine? I don't know. Are these all names? Ether, Eris, Melvick. What are these? Are these actually wines? I only know this wine. Syrah is also wine. Sinfendel is wine. And Melvick? Oh my god, I only knew this one. I didn't know the other ones.
Why do you get one shot with the ads?
What is this? Computer programming languages, really? What? I've never heard of these before in my life. That's crazy. Obscure Greek gods. Ether, Erebus, Hyperion, and Themis. Wow, alright. Interesting.
Why they give them like no HP and put them out before? It's like, hey, on a low key, they've got like no HP, right? They're not gonna live.
So, now let's play some global. We have to find a country. We don't know which one. But we know that Germany is 2,070 kilometers away from it, or 1,285 miles. Which means that it is 2,000.
Finally, a tank who knows what he's doing. It's amazing.
2,000. I don't know. 2,000? It's like a weird... It's not going to be an East Coast country, right? They're all too close. Has to be...
I put a mass barrier out, but it's after we took damage.
Is it Morocco? Okay, it's not Morocco. Hey, Valciara, thank you so much for 14 months. What's up? So Morocco doesn't seem to be that much further away, so I guess it's...
There's too many.
Oh, I've got hatchlings on me. Please.
Is it Cyprus?
Too much damage, mate.
It is not Cyprus. But it's 370 kilometers from Cyprus, which means it is... How much is that? It's not Syria. Syria is too close. I guess it's... No, it's not Turkey. Turkey is too close.
Easy. Good job.
It is
Never doubted any.
either Lebanon or Israel or Jordan.
Especially myself.
I'm gonna go with Israel first. It's not Israel. Fuck. I think it's Jordan. I think Lebanon is too close.
I was asking bloody for it.
I mean, you last 4.
Fuck.
Yeah.
It's not Lebanon either. Wait a second. It's Palestine.
Oh, but Jordan, we should roll. If you
Wait.
is it just you?
What is it?
Okay,
It's not Syria, is it? It's Egypt? No, it can't be Egypt.
quick, let's leave. Well, the paladin realizes.
There's still wait. This is 360 kilometers. But it has to be Syria. It's not. Wait, it's Egypt. Oh my God, is it actually? What? Okay, the reason why I thought it's not Egypt is because Morocco is further away than Germany. Like, I was like, there's no shot. I was like, it can't be Egypt. Because certainly Morocco would be closer. But apparently it's not. Fuck me. Hey, I am Steph. What's up? Thanks for 2 months. It is Turkey. It's funny how many people were convinced about Turkey. How do you think there's 370 kilometers between Cyprus and Turkey, guys? 370 kilometers. You think this is 370 kilometers? What the hell? To be fair, all of these were also too close. 370 kilometers is from here to here. That's 370. So all of these countries that I put were also too close. But I kind of assumed that Syria and Lebanon are too close. That's why I was thinking it's like Israel or Jordan. I told you it was Turkey.
I'm probably going to say wait.
Anyway, let's try some capital cities.
Thank you, everyone. It's a lot of fun. You don't have to leave them if you don't want to. You can stay with them.
All right, so we're looking for a capital city that is 4,780 kilometers from Berlin, or 2,970 miles, which is approximately... It's pretty far. It looks like here. Somewhere here, I think. Well, actually more up here. Thankfully, I don't know any of the capital cities of middle African countries.
Intense, isn't
It's
it?
like I have such minimal.
Oh my God, what was the capital of Oman? Oh my God, it was something like ananas. It was. Oh my God, what was it? There's no way I remember this.
I'm sure it gets easier. Like,
It was.
without really thinking.
Oh God, what was it again? Taninanana or something? Yes. Also, I don't even remember what country it was. I'm not sure it was Oman even.
They're so messy.
Oh, was it? I forgot.
Really coordinate. It's so blue.
Oh, it was Madagascar, true. Muscat is the capital of, let's try that, of Oman. Okay, Muscat is 1,590 kilometers away, which makes me believe, so, oh, no. I think it's Riyadh, because I think Riyadh is closer. So 1.6K, it means it's the capital of Yemen? Maybe? Or the capital of... Maybe the capital of... Sanaa is even... Spartan Mule, damn! Okay, Sanaa is further away. So that means it's it's like a country over here. A capital over here. The capital of Pakistan, but where is it? Like, the problem is Pakistan is so big, and I don't know where the capital is. Because 1,500 would be like here? Here somewhere? Is this where Pakistan's capital is? Also, what is it called? And I swear, I blacklisted Stream Elements like a million times. I don't know why it's not doing it. I just don't want to see Stream Elements. I muted it. It doesn't work. So sad. Islamabad, but it's... Oh! Okay. 370 kilometers from Islamabad. 370, which means it's the capital of... Okay, 370 is like... Oh, is it Nepal? What's Nepal's capital again? I keep forgetting. Kathmandu, true. Oh, that's too far. Wait, that means it's not... that means it's the capital of either Afghanistan or of... I don't know where all these capitals are, though. Maybe the capital of Kyrgyzstan or Tajikistan or something? Because that could be 370 kilometers. It's like here. Let's try Kabul. It is Kabul! That's the capital of what? Afghanistan? Look up again. Nice. Okay. Man, I need to remember these capitals. I'm so bad at them. There's just too many, though. Muscat and Sanaa. God, I'll never remember this. Okay, I'll remember this some other time. Okay, let's play Nerdle. We have to go from Zambia to Somaliland. By crossing the least amount of borders, which of course we can do very easily. So Somaliland borders Somalia, Djibouti, and Ethiopia, I guess. And Zambia borders...
We have to do one.
I'm doing one.
Okay.
Does Zambia border
Very well. I knew Dragonflight are playing very well, but I haven't looked.
Congo,
I think I'm just
Kenya,
for us a lot.
and...
Not necessarily because, like, to teach people.
Let's go.
Like,
Does it border Kenya is a question.
This will give you more bleed, this will give you a single target. I know that. And then I'll go and be like, right.
Because if it does, that'd be great.
You can see the same choices on the game.
But it might also not.
I don't know. Even though you can do that. It would be funny, but.
So we could either go... I think Zambia is like in this area where there's like the small countries like Rwanda. So it's like Congo, and then there's like Rwanda, I think. And then there's Tanzania. Right? What if I go Tanzania? Oh, yes. Okay. Then we go Kenya. And then we go... I mean, we could just go Ethiopia now, right? But Somalia probably also works. I'm going to go Somalia. Okay. Nice. But Ethiopia would have worked too. Yeah. Oh no, it's not. Rwanda's up here. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay. So Rwanda and Burundi are up here. It's Malawi. Ah, it's Malawi that I was thinking about. So it's Kenya, Tanzania, and then there's Zambia, the Central African Republic, Congo, South Sudan, Uganda, Burundi, and Rwanda. Okay. Oh yeah, and then Malawi is down here, next to Mozambique, and then there's Angola, Namibia,
It's safe to say that you're
and then this is.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
are.
how are they doing?
they're like trolling on one particular mechanic.
What are the bottom ones? Oh god, it's Zambia.
Just
It's
the web pullings. They know what they want to do.
Zimbabwe is in the mid.
But once it
Or?
clicks, then they're quite nice.
Oh, Zimbabwe is here. Botswana. Yeah, Botswana.
Still a little bit too much work to do.
That's Latina's. Okay. Hey, Vilku. Thank you so much for Prime. What's up? How are you doing? Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your gym, Ace. Have a good workout session. Where's Chad? It is further up. It is here. It does look like a Chad a little bit. Okay, next. Okay, we're looking for a male melee human person, so let's just go with Darius for now. Not a top lane, apparently. Also not purely human. And later than Darius. Let's assume it's a melee. What about... Stylus is too old, I think. So we need a
Good. I'm going to do a Maxwell segment.
male mana melee that is partially human.
Do you know what you're doing in the Maxwell segment?
What about Braum?
Just talking about it, I think.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
You've got
oh.
something specific that you want to
Oh my
focus on.
god.
I'm going to go through Mage.
Let's go.
So I think, okay, cool, nice.
There we go.
I like
Easy for
showing
me.
off the, like I think before we
Ah, shit, we don't have a new WoW doll. Fuck.
focusing on one specific good thing about the
All right.
and then just be able to
Okay,
do
now
like
it is time to play video games.
talent tree or, you know, just showing how easy it is to use and stuff. Like what's good about the site in that sort of way. It's worked really well in the past.
All right, let's see if...
What I really like is there are tips for each of the bosses.
Actually, I only need one more 10. Nice.
Boss tips,
That's sick. I'm not gonna unlock my Delph vaults.
talent trees.
Per boss.
per
That
boss,
seems like a waste.
per dungeon.
That's really
And highlight stuff like that.
that is
Because
sick thing to
the
know.
thing is, right, you're rolling these parts, you're rolling these then. Sometimes the talents, there's a lot of situational choices. That requires class knowledge, encounter knowledge. How do you know what to tick?
Give me a second.
You can even when
Wait, I wanted to do something and I forgot.
class, we all have class
Shit.
changes, we've all got these zero talents that have changed other parts, so you know,
Exactly.
yeah, so it's good for everyone in that regard.
My brain works in mysterious ways.
Implementation as well. Like I knew I was from Dragonfly.
Alright.
Now it's completely different. And it's like
I'm sure it wasn't important. Certainly.
Quick wins and then get back.
Good morning, Victor. What's up? How are you doing? Man, yesterday I went to the gym after dinner. I did like a leg workout, and then it was kind of like a whatever workout. I was like, eh. And then I cycled for like 1.5 hours or something, or 2 hours, I don't know, and talked to David for a bit. And then I didn't sleep so well because I cycled for way too long, and it was kind of close to my bedtime. Probably shouldn't be doing that. But today, I also want to go to the gym after dinner, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do today, because I don't want to do another, like, weight workout thing. So maybe I do maybe do a hit kind of cycling thing. I think that's what I'm doing today. I'm gonna do some hit followed by zone 2 cycling. And I need to call Johnny today. I have some ideas. Johnny has been sick for some days, apparently. And now he feels better, so I'm going to talk to Johnny about some cool stuff that might or might not involve you guys eventually. But I have some cool ideas. Got sparked by Jordan and by Mike being cool people, as we had some nice conversations about streaming and about some stuff when we went out for dinner a few days ago. And that was great. I wish we could go out for dinner like more often when we get to race sulfurs. It's so cool when there's so many like cool people during the here for the race, right? And I kind of would want to spend like time with them all the time, and like go out and like have dinners and just chill and whatever. But obviously people have to work, and it's not like a vacation. But I do love whenever we can find some time to do these things. Does this race tool first take a mental toll on the raiders? I mean, I'm sure it does, but like it's obviously very stressful when you think about it. Like they're raiding from 7 a.m. till like 9 p.m. or 9:30 p.m. Like all they do is raid all day, or play the game all day. Which, like the one thing that I feel like would bother me, but everyone is a little bit different, right? Like all the people are different, but something that bothers me a lot when I'm really busy all day. It depends on the task that I'm doing. But if I am busy with casting and streaming all day, then the one thing that stresses me out the most, if it's like long hours, is that I never have the time to just like sit down and like look at what's going on in the world. Like I never have the time to like pick up my phone and just like read messages that people have sent me, or read through like, because things pile up as you do other stuff, right? Like people message you in Discord, you get emails, you get messages on WhatsApp, people maybe have tried to call you, like things happen like in your life, right? That like pile up. And if you're playing all day, or if you're busy all day where you where you don't spend any time, or you don't have the time to check up on these things, then that stresses me out a lot. And then especially if I have been busy all day, then when I have the time to do that, I would have to go to sleep again, right? So it's like you wake up, you have to get ready super quick because you have to be somewhere, then you do the thing, and then you do the other thing, and then you have to go to bed again, and you never have the time to figure out or to organize or to read through stuff that is piling up, right? And that stresses me out a lot personally. Even if it's not like bigger things that are piling up, but it's still just like the fact that it's there and I don't have the time to think about it. Like the fact that I cannot take a break from whatever it is I'm doing and think about how to handle whatever it is that came up, Even if it's just a small thing, like that just stresses me out. I'm not sure if the raiders are the same and if that is something that bothers them at all. But that would be something that stresses me out personally. Hey, Vikatoru. Thank you, Wellface. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hello, Anders. I am good. How are you doing? I didn't sleep that well today. I don't know why. I mean, I guess I know why. It's the bed. The bed is very questionable. And I guess I also did the cycling thing. And then I didn't manage to sleep until, I don't know, like 11, because I was thinking about stuff. And partially it was totally the cycling. So, let's see if Oopsie is around to carry me through M+. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, I guess at this point I've done some dungeons, so maybe I actually get invited. So I still need a Necrotic Wake and an Arakara. Let's try to get that.
Players are still feeling good. I don't think they are feeling like a crazy amount of pressure either. They know it does. They want to get it down, but
Pre-group weekly, what does that mean? Don't leave her. That's so cute. Don't leave her. Hello, Sim. Good afternoon. Thank you. Hey, Puffin. Yeah, a lot of people like my like this thing, and it's honestly like it's. I'm glad that people like it, but I got it from my brother for Christmas, and if he would know how many people say how nice this is, he would be flying, like he would be touching the floor anymore. Like every time my brother like gives me something that is like a nice thing and people compliment on it, he's like, "It's for me, I got it." Yeah, the pink top, like I got it from my brother. It is very nice. It's cashmere, fancy. It's very fancy. Got it for Christmas. Invite. How do these people have 2.4k score with a +6 Dawn as the best run? Wait, that's crazy. I do love purple as well. Like I'm generally not like a super pink person myself. I do love purple though. Purple is amazing. Huge purple fan. Oh, didn't I want Borealis? Oh, it is a Necrotic Wake in our car. Oh my god. Thanks for reminding me. Necrotic Wake in our car. There we go. Oh. Anonymous, thank you so much for donating $100 towards my ski touring set. Oh my god. Thank you so much. It was so nice of you. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Oh my god. Thank you very much. That is so nice. Wait, what is bricked? Something brick? Thank you so much. That is so nice of you. Oh my god. We're actually getting a little bit closer to the ski touring set goal. That's so nice of you. We have now raised 202 euros towards my ski touring set goal on my throne. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that a lot. I'm very much looking forward to doing ski touring streams in the winter. I'm super looking forward to it. Thank you so much. It's very expensive, but apparently skiing is very expensive. Who knew? But it would be amazing if we can together fund it all, and then I can go out and get my ski touring set, and then I'm gonna do real life streams. I promise we're gonna do some ski touring streams. I need to keep up my fitness level though, because otherwise I'm not gonna be able to talk while walking up a mountain. Are there many female racers? No. There is Cruella in Methods. Echo and, well, Liquid has MC. She's not rating this tier though, so Liquid and Echo this tier don't have female raiders. Method has Cruella. Is Royben playing in Method? Thank you so much for Prime. Girl Fart Love. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Oh, she's Cassie. Okay, so I guess there's only Cruella in Method. How many other females when you rated most? Well, when I read it in Method, I was the only woman there. There were other women generally that were doing race well first, but let me think. So in Paragon there was Sanofix. She was raiding in Paragon. Then before I joined Method, there was another woman there, like a shaman healer. I forgot her name. I never raided with her. Then there's Krella. In Exorcist, there was oh my god, what's her name? I love her. She streams as well. She's very nice. I'm so bad with names. What's her name? Like the Russian lady that streams that raided in Exorcist for a long time? Callie! Yeah, true. Callie was in Method and Pieces. Why aren't there more females? Why aren't there more women doing the race in the big teams? I mean, the main reason is probably that there's just less competitive women playing WoW in general. Like, of course, there's women that play WoW, and I don't know what the ratio is between men and women that play WoW. I would still say it's favored towards men. Like, I still think there's more men that play WoW than there are women, if I would have to take a wild guess. I can't confirm, but I assume that is true. But obviously there's different types of WoW players. Like, there's pet collectors and lore players, and then there's PvP players, and then there's people that play competitively PvE, right? And when you take the whole player base, then I'm just gonna make up a number, but let's say there's 60% male WoW players and 40% female WoW players overall. If you then cut that down into people that play competitive PvE or people that really enjoy raiding in a plus, then I would assume that the ratio between women and men is even more in favor of men. I'm gonna go out of my way and say that it's like at least 80% that is men. It might be even more than that. But I'm gonna say at least 80. Probably more like 85 or 90. And then of course, if you have between 80 and 90% of your player base overall that is men, then the likelihood of there being women in the highest tiers is a lot lower. Then you could argue, well, but if let's say there's 90% men that play competitive PvE and only 10% women, then you would still assume that 10% of the raid roster of a top guild would be women. Anayo, that's her name, yeah. Which is also not true. Like, there's less than 10% that are women. But then you have to consider that whenever there is a space, especially a competitive space, where it's very much dominated by men or the other way around, then it's generally a little bit harder for the minority to get into the competitive scene for multiple reasons. We can go into this whole argument now if you want, but it certainly is a little bit less like female friendly whenever like almost everyone around you is a guy, and you have this whole like male dominated kind of scene that gets that is getting established. And I personally, whenever I was in the top guild, because I was in Method, right? Like, I got world first, and I was raiding in race world first environment. When I was there, like when I was being a world first raider, I was not having a bad time or anything because I'm a woman. But getting there, like, it's not that like it's not the top guilds that are the issue. It's to be able to get there, you need to like slowly approach the top guilds. It's not that you are, let's say you're in a top 50 guild or in a top 100 guild, and then all of a sudden you join a world first guild, right? Like it's a much more slower process to join a top guild. You have to like make your way up to the top by getting better and better and better, by joining better guilds that are more competitive, more engaged or whatever. And the main problem for women is that part. Like that like middle part that is not quite world first, but like still like trying to be, or like better guilds, right? It's certainly not like a really great environment for women there. So a lot of women are just like saying fuck it, like I'm not doing this, fuck that, you know, which makes a lot of sense. Like if everything you do, like it just feels like whatever a woman has to do is just like harder than what a guy has to do, because you have to, not only do you have to be good, you always have to be a little bit better than what a guy would have to be in that same area, because everyone is looking at you. Sometimes it's unintentional, right? Like I'm not saying that people are like necessarily like discriminating, even though there are people that do that too. But there's certainly a lot of people that just notice you more because you're an outlier. And this very much happens subconsciously as well for some people. And not just to men, but also to other women. Because if I meet another woman, to me that's also special. Because I don't, even though I myself am a woman, I still play with guys all the time, right? Because there's more guys that are playing. So whenever I do meet a woman, I'm like, oh my God, a woman. And then whatever this woman does is a lot more memorable to me, no matter if it's good or bad, because it's a woman and it's special, right? If I meet a guy that does something, I will very likely not remember, because they're just one of many, right? So if let's say I play in plus with like 4 other dudes, and one of them makes a lot of mistakes or whatever, then I'm like, okay, this guy made a lot of mistakes. Will I remember this guy's name and be like, oh, I played with this guy the last time and he made a lot of mistakes? Probably not. Unless it was like very blatant or something, right? But if this guy just like didn't do that well, but it was kind of whatever, then I probably won't remember this guy, and it's whatever. If you meet somebody that is like somehow memorable, and a woman will always be memorable in an environment where you have less women, then if that woman did something that was in your eyes like a mistake, you will remember it more than if it was a guy that made a mistake, right? Which can it can definitely influence your opinion on this person in like a negative way, especially because some people also have prejudice against women just being worse at the game, right? And then it like enforces your prejudice, which also women can have against other women, right? And there's certainly this thing where it's like, oh, it's a woman, but even you can be like, oh, I'm not sexist, like I don't have anything against women, but we'll see how this lady performs in my group. But then maybe like deep down you have like, there's like a little thought that you're like, oh, she's probably not that good, you know? Even if it's like very far back in your mind, you can be like, oh, it's probably just, you know. And then if she does do anything to kind of approve that like tiny little thought in the back of your mind, your bias, then it is like, it has much more weight than if a guy would have made that same mistake. And I think we can all, I don't want to say all of us, certainly not, but I in the past had this happen to me. Certainly, like for sure. I definitely played with women before, and when they made a mistake, I had this thing where like, well, you know, like it did happen to me before. And I think all people that say, oh, I would never feel this way, I would never be sexist, I would never assume that a woman would be worse or whatever, like maybe lie to yourself a little bit. Like maybe not right now, but like at some point, right? Like maybe some time ago or when you were younger or whatever. I think this is cope. You understand that I am a woman and I have rated in race to first and that all of this has happened to me, yeah? I'm literally telling you how it is. Okay, let's see what Jordan says. Also, hey Jordan!
I was listening.
Yeah. I've had keys before. I joined Discord for it. Then I speak and they hear my voice and kick me because women int keys or various statements before it even starts. Yeah, that is just blatant, like says. That is obviously true. Like there, 100% is just like clear and blatant like sexism that is happening. Like that is 100% true. The thing that I was focusing on though, because that's just how it is. Okay, I don't want to say that's how it is, but I want to say that is just true, and I'm not here to like if you watch my stream, you're probably not one of those people, I would assume. So those people, like those like horrible people that are like literally like kicking you for being a woman or whatever, like that's like one. Like obviously these people are horrible, and there's no reason to like yeah, they exist. We wish they wouldn't, but they exist. But when I said all of the things I said earlier, those are the people that are not like super blatant, like within their like sexism. They're more, and that's like the majority of the people that are actually the issue. Like in these like top tier guilds or top tier and plus teams that are not quite the best, but like a tier below, there's so many of those people, and I don't want to say just guys, as I said, there's also women that do this, that have this like, I don't know, it's like suppressed kind of misogyny where they're like, oh, I knew it, in a sense, Like, they don't immediately say, oh, we should invite this woman. They're like, oh yeah, let's invite this woman, let's give her a try. But then in the back of their mind, they're like, oh, she's probably bad. And then she makes any mistake, like, yeah, I knew it, Well, a guy could make the same mistake and would not be like judged that same harsh way. And that is for sure happening. And that is certainly a problem. Having a daughter really changed my perspective from it can't be that bad. I mean, like it's definitely very difficult. I think it's incredibly difficult to understand like stuff like this that you personally don't experience like at all. Especially if you personally don't feel this way. Well, and even if you do feel this way, you also just could not get it, I guess. But yeah, emphasizing with other human beings that have different issues, if you have not experienced these same issues, is very, very, very difficult. And that is why that's why a lot of people are like, oh, they shouldn't like, what do you mean women like have issues in a male-dominated like scene? Oh, it can't be that bad, like how could they possibly just have any problems? Like we're all, And then the thing is like people tell them, and that's what gets me though. The thing that gets me is when people explain their experience and then others still don't believe them, as if like I made that up. Like, why would I make that up? Why would I make that up? What for? As an excuse that I did not get well first? I got well first. Like, Like, other people say, oh, they're just, like, finding excuses on why they aren't, like, achieving whatever they want to achieve. So what is your reasoning on why I am saying this stuff? Because I achieved the things that I wanted to achieve, right? So, like, there's absolutely no reason for me to make this shit up, right? Or to have any sort of excuse or whatever. So why would I be saying this if it's not what I know has been true and I experienced? Think about it. There's just zero reason for me to make this up. Thanks for 2 years. Thanks for what's up. How are you doing? Thank you very much. And thanks for the sub, Vindy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. On the flip side, if a woman is a good player, she has an easier time standing out. Less women playing, so smaller pool. I mean, I agree with you in theory, but if somebody is a really good player, they're standing out no matter what, right? Like, I don't think a guy that is like a really good player, because then you're special anyway. You know what I mean? Like, if you're a really good player, you're already memorable through your play being much better than most. Like, then you have this, like, distinguished thing that puts you apart from others by just being, like, so much better, right? So it's not that, like, a woman that is much better at the game than most other people is not necessarily, like, gonna be, for whatever reason, perceived as better than a guy that is this, like, the same skill as she is, right? Like, I doubt that is true. It would make sense for, like, content creation sites. Like, if I'm a woman that is exceptionally good and I'm a streamer, then, or a content creator in general, well, actually that's also not true. It depends on the game. Like, it depends how easy it is for a viewer to understand how good you are. Thank you, sir, for 30 months, Kexi. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And thanks for Prime Dinkin. So there's a big issue with skill in a video game. And it's the fact that people that are not as skilled at the game don't see how good a player is. And this is 100% true. Like, there's people that are good at a game, but people watch that player play the game, and they cannot tell how good they are. And this happens a lot in World of Warcraft. Thanks for sub, Swakman. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. The topic is definitely very complicated, but I'm glad to talk about this sometimes, like, as long as we are being constructive about it, right? But it is very true. Like, if you have watched people before that play WoW, if the person that is playing the game is, like, hyping up their plays a lot, whenever they do something good, the viewer that maybe does not have the same understanding of the game, that maybe isn't as good at the game, they will just eat that up. Like, if I do something and I'm like, oh my God, did you see what I just did? You know, like, and if I constantly do that, and if I make a mistake, I won't, like, say it, then there will be a lot of people that think that I'm a much better player than what I actually am. Because the viewer doesn't always understand, or the viewer does not have the ability to judge a player's gameplay if they themselves are not that good at the game. And this is very true. Some people say that another player is bad just because the person that is, like, streaming the content or, like, showing the content is, like, harsh on themselves. Because there's quite a few people that are the opposite of that, like, hyping themselves up. There's some people who do a good play and they say nothing about it, even if it was, like, the sickest thing ever. And then when they make a mistake, they're like, oh my God, I did this. Like, oh my God, I'm so bad, you know? And then the people that don't understand the game as well, they'll think that player is worse than they are. Because of just their reaction, right? Because you get influenced by that a lot. If there was a major healer or anything that just topped everyone plus for a reason. See, you don't understand how WoW works now, though. You're assuming that World of Warcraft has a really high skill ceiling where the best players are like much better than other players, or that there's like some way of being like incredibly good at the game in WoW, and this is not true. The skill ceiling in World of Warcraft is actually pretty low. If you compare World of Warcraft to League of Legends, Counter-Strike, any other shooter, like literally any other game that is like a competitive environment or that is like an esport. Thanks for 6 months, and thank you so much. No, the race of first not in Sweden. I'm in Cologne currently, actually. So, obviously the people that play in Aqua and that play in Liquid are incredibly good players. Like, of course they are. But there's also a great number of players that, from a pure mechanical perspective, they are similarly good than Echo and Liquid players. Like, let's take Fat Shark Yes, right? People that, like the players that play in Fat Shark Yes, very likely most of them are good enough to play in Echo or in Liquid, yeah? The main reason why Liquid and Echo are so good is not because all of their players are so much mechanically better than people in Fat Shark Yes or in other guilds. It's because the thing that is a lot more important for the race of first than their players being like insanely good at the game is the strategy, the preparation, and all of the stuff that goes into it, like all of the background stuff, plus the experience that some of the core players have in a game, like somebody like Roger Brown and Scribe and Max, like people that come up with strategies and have the experience being in the race of first, right? The players that are just there to play the game, all they have to do is be good at the game. And as I said, the skill ceiling of WoW is not that high. So replacing a player that is just good at the game is actually not like that hard. So it is incredibly difficult as a WoW player to just get recognized because you're so good at the game. Like, that's not a thing. That is very rare that happens. You would have to showcase your ability, not just in how you play the game, but also how good you are at like coming up with like strategies and stuff. Like maybe a good example would be if you, let's say you're participating in TGP or an MDI, and you're like a very good shot caller while also playing the game really well. Or you're really good at switching roles, plus shot calling, plus figuring out efficient routes or whatever. Like if you're really smart strategically about the game, plus really good at the game, like player-wise, that's when maybe somebody would be able to pick you up from a race or first guild. Like if this like is like going around, like if someone says, oh my god, like this guy that plays in this team XY that competes in the MDI, like that player is carrying that group, like they're doing insane, they can come up with these amazing strategies, they do this amazing shot calling or whatever, then I can see them like getting picked up by like a race of first team, but that is incredibly rare because you would have to be good at those things, right? And not just good at the game, because being good at the game, many people are good at the game. Like many people are good at the game. Mm-hmm. And I mean, again, my whole argument is not that a woman cannot do race to first, because they can. I did. I'm saying that it's a lot more annoying and more difficult to get to that point. And a lot of women probably just don't care enough. Like, think about it. Like, race to first is not very lucrative, right? Like, there's no prize pool. And there's no, like, other monetary incentive to really want to get well first. The only reason why you maybe would want to get well first or be participating in it is for, like, your competitive spirit, which is just a pure, like you just want to achieve, like, your own goal or whatever of getting well first, right? But that's just like your own kind of goal. And if you have to go through steps that make you either really uncomfortable or they're like really shitty, then at some point you're just like, no. Like at some point your competitive drive is getting affected by these other negative things that you're experiencing. At that point, your competitive drive is just gonna, either it's gonna be gone completely and you do something else, or it's just lowered. And you need an insane competitive drive to want to do what they are doing. Like, these players need like the most insane competitive will and motivation and passion and drive to do what they do, yeah? Because again, this is not some monetary, like, incredible thing that they do and they're all rich. They're not. Like, they have to give up their jobs. Like, they're not working. None of them are working. They do this for, like, right? Like, they would have to have a job that you can just take 2 months per year off or something or more. So they're not working. They might be studying possibly, but I mean, it's not lucrative. Like, they don't make enough money through this to have like or also they don't have like good perspectives either. Like, even if they make enough money for like a moment, what do you do in the future? Like, what is your future plan? This is not like a League of Legends esports where you could like move up in a ladder and get more and more money and somehow make a living off of this, right? The Riso first is really just a pure, I really want to do this. That's it, right? And again, if you're any kind of person that has like negative experiences on your way to that point, then that's going to impact your will and your motivation to get there. And that at some point you might just be, fuck it, you know? Like, why am I doing this? So, yeah, which is very understandable. Hey, Calander, what's up? Good morning. Like, take Royben, for example. Royben is like a Rasta druid, or like a healer in general. She plays other stuff as well. And she is doing High End Plus for a long time now. She's has participated in TGP and MDI, which I do think is a little bit easier to get into. Because you can just take a group of people that you're vibing with. You don't have to like join all different kinds of groups. Like, I think MDI in general is like an easier environment compared to raiding. Like, there's just a lot less people that you have to get involved with. So she's doing TGP and she doesn't want to do raiding. Like, she kind of was like, And she's a really good player. Like, she could very much do Racial first if she wanted to. And she just doesn't want to. Like, the competitive drive for her to do that is just not there. I mean, I haven't personally asked her why she's not doing it. But there are women who would just say, fuck it. Like, I don't want to do it. Like, they would be good enough, but they're just like, nah. And it's understandable, you know? Like, Good morning. Competitive gaming is far less lucrative than people think. Fighting game players will dedicate their lives for a $50 Arvis cards. Yeah, the majority of players that make a decent living off of the Racial First are people that are streamers. And then, of course, if you're streaming the Racial First and you're one of the top viewed streamers, then you obviously make a decent amount of money, yeah? Of course. But then look at all of these streamers that are not like content creators. Like, I mean, yeah, they stream as well, but it's not like they make a lot of money from those streams when they're not like Gingy or Max or whatever. No, I don't think my thing is bugged. I'm looking in particular for Necrotic Wake and Arakara only. That's why. I don't want to do anything else. Doesn't Liquid Wake make way more than the other guilds? I mean, I personally don't know how much the raiders are making. I personally... I mean, I don't want to lie, but I don't think that the Liquid Raiders would be getting like a lot more than Echo Raiders. And even if they get more, I also still don't think that Liquid Raiders get any kind of like meaningful, like I don't want to say meaningful, but like they don't make more than like all I'm saying is that it's incredibly unlikely, it's unimaginable to me that these Race of First Raiders make like so much money that they would actually live comfortably, you know? Like actually like a lot of money, you know? They maybe make enough money so they can make a living, but not like it's they're not gonna like buy houses and whatever, you know? So this is very much like a thing they can do right now, and maybe they can do it forever. I mean, if they have very modest way of living. But what I'm trying to say is like the monetary value of the racial first rating is not something that will motivate you to do it. Unless your whole goal is to be able to live off of World of Warcraft, like, without, like, starving or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that I want to be a racial first player because I'm going to be able to have, like, lots of perspectives where I'm going, like, oh, I'm going to start here, and I'm going to make so much, and at some point I'm going to get better, and then I'm going to win this tournament, and I'm going to get that amount of money, and then all of a sudden I'm going to be rich, you know? Like, there's no moving up in the ladder. There's no, like, gaining more and more money or anything compared to, like, other esports where that is very much true. In other esports, you can start in, like, a lower league where you maybe make, like, an okay amount of money, and then at some point, like, you move up in a better team, and then you make more money, and then you win this tournament, and then, like, you actually have ways to move up and to make more money and to actually, like, make, like, it can be, like, a goal to actually, like, get rich through esports. Or when I say rich, I mean, like, actually make, like, a decent living, you know? But that's, like, never gonna be the case for a racial first player unless you're a streamer. And then you have to be a good streamer, right? You can't just be, like an average streamer, because then, obviously, it's also only so much that you make. You make more money from MDI and TGP probably than you do from racial first. The problem is you have to be first or second. Probably just first, honestly. I think you have to be first to be making more money. Hey, Nirvana, thank you so much for the sub. What's up? Yeah, I guess even second place in MDI and TGP wouldn't be that much. Well, it's not 80K, right? It's always divided by... Like, you always have to divide it. Like, a prize pool is never your individual prize pool, right? We have to divide it by the players that are actually playing. Thanks for 9 months, 9 Scare, what's up? Number 1, get well first. Number 2, buy Bitcoin with winnings. 3, level alt. Oh, personal stream income definitely helps. I'm just saying, like, the main reason why I'm mentioning this, like, monetary thing is the fact that it's not like a motivation necessarily, or it's not a big motivation at least, for somebody to want to participate. And this is not like a woman versus man thing. This is like a general thing in WoW, where the motivation to even try to compete is very low for many people. Like, all of the woman thing, like, aside. Like, even as a guy, even if you're really good at the game as a guy, like, the motivation to do race war first is probably not that high unless you, like, really, like, want, like, you need to have this, like, insane competitive spirit, because, again, monetary thing, not too great, but number 2, the amount of time and effort you have to put into this game doing shitty stuff that is actually not enjoyable to most players is incredible nowadays. Like, the amount of alts you have to level, and the chores you have to do on those characters, and the split rates you have to do, and the renown you have to farm, like, the delves you have to, like, all of that stuff is obviously not something that these players like really enjoy doing. Like these players enjoy mythic rating, progressing, and doing high plus keys and just doing really challenging stuff. But the majority of the time they actually play the game, they have to do things that are not that, right? And that turns a lot of players off of even competing. Like a lot of players that technically would be able to compete, they're just like, I'm not gonna like level 20 characters and spend 1 month of my life just doing split braids. Like so many people are turned off by that and lose their motivation because of it, which makes sense. Yeah, because you would have to give up your job if you have a job, right? Like you cannot compete in the race of first while still working full time. Like you just can't. I definitely do think that, okay, I'm not sure if this is true, so I'm going to completely make this up on the spot. But I definitely do think that like the competitive drive in men is on average a little bit higher than for women when it comes to like shit like this. Where women, it's not that a woman would not be able to do the thing, but like if you need like this insane competitive drive to be able to get there, then a woman will be like, I have better things to do. And a guy's like, I can spend an unreasonable amount of time doing this thing, and then I'm gonna be good at this video game, and I might get a race to world first at a completely made up tournament that has no prize pool. Yeah, fucking sign me up. Like, you know. So, like, it's not that there are no women that also have the potential of having this drive, but, like, it's a lot, like, less common on average, I guess.
Maldraxxus dares to show their face in our realm again.
And that's the thing. So it's not necessarily like a lack of. And obviously, there's like multiple different reasons. It's not just like one or the other or whatever. This is like a very complex subject, right? But I do think that that might be true. And that also means, because this whole like competitive drive thing, I do think that means that like a person could be in theory good at something, but if you're lacking this competitive drive, you'll never know. Like you'll never get to this point where you spend all of this time and effort trying to get there, right? So in theory, a woman could get to the point, but if she's lacking the competitive drive to get there, then we'll never know, right? Thanks 11 months, Gastrel. Thank you very much.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Thanks for 9 months of Mania. Thank you very much. Wait, why can't I not? Oh, Jesus Christ. Please, please, no, please, no. There's no shot. Oh my god, this Starfighter. I would have done so much damage, you don't understand. That Starfighter that I queued up. Oh my god, I would have done so much damage, you don't understand. No! Can we go again? Oh, I would have done so much. It would, oh, you don't understand. I would have done 20 billion DPS right there. Oh my goodness.
Your ascension is complete.
I mean, there was things, okay. I mean, okay, I'm actually not going to talk about this now anymore because we've talked about it enough. But I've seen some shit, yeah? And experienced some shit. And I mean, I'm over it now, but... And back then, whenever this stuff happened to me, I was not in a position and I was not confident enough to speak up and to even make it a thing or to even like, because I was so, I mean, I don't know how to describe this. I really like wanted to be, I wanted to prove so badly that I deserve like to be where I am, to like be world first or whatever. And I always felt inferior to everyone else for no real reason other than like literally just like the fact that I'm a woman, yeah? Like I'm pretty sure like in hindsight, it was just that. Like there's no other reason why I should have thought, and like I did this to me, to myself, yeah? And in hindsight, there was obviously outside factors that made me feel this way that I did not realize back then, that were not cool, you know? Like back then, I was like, oh, that's just how it is, you know? And I kept like blaming myself for all of these things, when in fact there was lots of outside factors that were not coming from me that made me feel this way. And back then I just didn't understand. I was not like emotionally mature enough to understand that whatever the stuff that happened to me was not like normal. Like it's not that everyone experiences the things that I experienced, you know? It was in particular because I was a girl in a male-dominant environment. But back then I didn't understand. Like I was like, oh yeah, that's just how it is, you know? And I just had this like insane, like, whoa, wait, what? Oh, because he has haste. Because of the affix. I was like, why the fuck did this frontal go through so quickly? But it's good to sometimes talk about this because I'm sure there's like other girls, especially like younger girls that, I mean, obviously it's getting better, and I'm sure there's, I'm sure, like, we are moving, like, in the correct direction. It's not that people in general are, like, insanely horrible or whatnot. And I generally always think that you shouldn't assume the worst of people. But, I mean, things like this did happen, and I think it's always good to talk about this stuff because, like, other girls or women that maybe feel similar things, that they don't think it's them, you know? Because that's what I felt. Like I thought it was, like I had like a really bad time. Like I was actually like depressed for a long time. And I always thought like I'm, inferior, and I always I had such a hard time with confidence. And I think it definitely was partially to do with like this whole thing that we talked about. And it wasn't just all me, And I mean, I guess I still experience this to this day. There's many people that think that whatever I've achieved in this game was because I was a woman. Or am a woman. It's not that I'm not a woman anymore, but you know what I mean? Many people think I don't deserve to be a caster. Many people think I never deserve to get Worst first. Like all of this stuff I experienced like 24/7, right? And I'm obviously like kind of over it now in the sense that I'm more mature and I don't take these things as seriously anymore. But it's still, like, it's not that it doesn't matter to me. It just doesn't affect me as much anymore as it did in the past. Like, I was actually, like, really, really, like, just imagine your whole life's, like, dream and passion, like, is to get world first in a game, right? Which, is, you could, like, belittle that and be like, oh, well, how serious could that be? But it was, like, my whole life, right? That's all I cared about, to win a race for first in a video game. And I did. And then I was so happy about this, like unimaginably happy about being about winning this, right? And then obviously I also became a content creator to afford like being able to participate in a race for first, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to make a living with this and I would have to like work or whatever. And then all day, every day, you have people telling you that you're not actually good and you're just being carried all day and you don't deserve what you achieved. Like imagine that's you. And I'm sure this is something that obviously also happens to like everyone, right? Like you can say, oh, Gingy gets this all the time. And it is true. Gingy, of course, also gets comments like this where they say he's washed up and he's like not good enough and whatever. Like, of course that is true. But like the fact that they were focusing it on me, like on my gender, just made it, like, I don't know, like it just felt so much worse in a sense, right? Because they didn't say, oh, I saw you make this mistake, therefore you don't deserve, like you're bad. They say, oh, you probably had sex with the fucking raid leader, So it's like, it feels like you're in this position where you cannot, like you try so hard to prove these people otherwise. Like you're trying to get so good at this game so that there can be no person in the world that can doubt you anymore. Like it's like you go to bed at night and you feel like tomorrow I'm gonna play so good that everyone that watches me understands that I deserve what I did, right? And you have like this goal in your head that you convince these people that you deserve what you achieved. But then you can just never achieve that because there will always be people like that, right? I just back then didn't understand that. Like there was a long period of time where I did not understand that there's people that are literally just sexist, right? And I could be the best player in the world and they would not say that. Like they would still say I'm carried, right? And I know that now. But back then I was just not aware that this is true. So I don't like it's not that everyone was negative. Obviously these are just like this is the minority of people that are like being as sexist as those people are, right? I'm not saying that the majority was like this, but obviously these negative comments is what really get to you. And to me it was always like I have to convince these people that I deserve to do this or whatever. And I never was able to get there. Like no matter how hard I tried, I kept getting these people saying this stuff. And that just like exhausted me so much mentally. Because I constantly thought, I'm just not good enough. Like if there's still people that think I don't deserve it, then I must not be good enough, right? And that's like mentally, that really like fucked me up for a long time. And I was like, fuck. Until like finally came to the realization that I don't actually have to convince these people. that they're just, you know, like it's their problem, not mine, you know. But it took me a while to get there. Like, it took me quite a while. And I don't want, and I kind of, whenever I talk about this, I want other people to not be in the situation. Well, I mean, can't prevent for them to not be in the situation, but at least for them to understand that trying to convince these people is like it's not gonna happen, you know. Like, stop like trying, because it's not happening.
They make using their cooldowns slightly different, timing wise. Like the snakes causes one to hold, I don't know, or one's just briskly.
I think the gingers are very good mage. Like, for it to be a whole 2% percentage points difference.
I imagine that could be an external thing, where you've got one free
Yeah,
PRA. Hopefully we get a PRA. If it's going to one of the mages.
Okay, I'm gonna do a lot of damage. Watch.
How would we see PI? Would it be here or would it be buffs? Yeah.
Fuck, I didn't get a proc. Oh. Oh. Oh, yes. Mm-hmm. Fuck, if only we had Breath of Ian's earlier! Shit, I missed the Breath of Ian's, guys. It would have been even better. Oh, that's the dead tank!
Your ascension is complete.
Okay, so this is the second thing. Now we can see.
I'm gonna click my res like a real gamer.
I'm sure we can see where the liquid was on there for. I know this.
So you've been brought to access.
Yeah, but I remember Jesse and I not saying we get the full ones, but Jesse and I looked at something on the liquid one to be like, oh, this is where this is. Yeah, and there you go, right?
And they'll have the charge as well. So wards, and stop charge, and dodge the okay, and it's stop charge.
Yeah, there will be a Moon King guide at the end of this week at some point.
So we can see something like this,
Timeline, yeah.
Our tank has deceased again.
They are locking, it's just private, so they have access. I mean, we'll run
Your ascension.
Does this hit me from here? Did you see that? This guy just casted Gruesome Strike. Oh shit. Thank you? Oh my god, thank you so much. I was casting. Oh, this guy's gonna be so fast now. He's got all of these stacks.
so yeah, this is rice and juice.
Woo!
This is a dispel, this is a dispel, this is a dispel.
Okay, so if we're right, so dispels then that's
This guy's a speedy boy. Whoa!
Your
What?
survival wasn't
Oh, I got shattered.
I've already like rice and juice.
Okay then. Oh, I should have picked up the shield. Would have been able to survive the shatter with the shield.
So stressful. Well, so we're trying to plan the honeymoon, but Ancha needs to put, hopefully going for more leaves where we went for the proposal. It's really nice. Yeah, it's really good. But Ancha got told like
Oh, whatever. Again, let's stop talking about this. I still think the amount of people, like I think a lot of people that have a certain opinion, they'll just keep this opinion. And I mean, this is true for many things, by the way. If somebody has a strong opinion about something, convincing them otherwise is incredibly hard.
twice that email being like, hey, yeah, we'd love to have Proposal today.
Unless you have like literal like proof that you're shoving into your face, and even then, sometimes people don't change their opinion. So again, I think it's good to have these talks because I do think that it helps other people that are in similar situations that might be listening. And I do it mostly for that. I'm not trying to convince people that whatever I think is true or whatever that my experience is true or whatever. Like, I feel like that's just, there's no real purpose. Usually people have to like either experience it themselves or have somebody that they like or that is close to them experience it before they can get convinced. But I do like talking about this for, as I said, potentially maybe helping somebody that is in a similar situation that thought that they are doing something wrong or that they're the only ones experiencing this or whatever, when it's not true. So if I ever made somebody feel slightly better about themselves by sharing my experience, then that's a win. Thank you so much for gifting us up, Sephirox. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And I also think that these discussions are sometimes like somewhat like black and white in a sense. And they shouldn't be. What I mean is, like, I'm not claiming to have had like this like incredibly horrible experience that, you know, because people then say, like, you're acting as if like you're a starving child in Africa or whatever, you know. And people always like compare it in that way. We're just like, no, well, that's not like I feel like people should be able to like just like constructively talk about something that is happening, that is like a negative thing, without people being like, well, get over it. Like, there's people that have it worse. You know, it's like, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that, you know. Like, that doesn't mean that I can't just talk about it. Like, maybe it helps somebody to you know, to have the conversation. And I'm, you know, like, I'm not sitting here and being like, oh my God. Fuck! We were so close, and yet so far. Oh wait, somebody left. Wasn't this a no lever key? Did someone just leave a no lever key? Oh my God, I can't believe it. My vault.
Yesterday we looked at some liquid stuff when we were tracking something. I thought it was when we were tracking how long into E3 the mage was,
Oh well,
but it wasn't a lot.
we gave it a try.
Like maybe we just opened the base page.
No, I would. No, argumentation is definitely not mandatory for plus 10 keys. No, no, no. It's not. Okay, well, let's try this again. Thanks for the key. Let's try 11 as well, I guess. Let's just queue for some stuff. I doubt they will invite me. They want to do a 12. I don't know about a 12. Did they nerf the third boss? Because otherwise... Thank you so much for giving 2 subs, Anonymous. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
8.5%. But it's one of those. We lost 2 tanks with betrayal. They overlap with Kush at the same time.
Is there no Arakara? Is that just... Is Arakara, like, actually really hard?
Unlucky. Yeah. And it was 28.9 without the final... Lust, burn? Yeah, lust and burn. Oh wow, that's it.
And yeah, 9 square. Unfortunately, I do agree with you.
Yeah,
Yep, yep.
Go right thing. Kush is also involved in quite a few of them, and I'm wondering if he's just blinking in such at bad points, you know? Like if we have a look at...
Okay, guys, what's next? Now that we have this out of the way, you want to talk about politics? Any more exploits to talk about?
Faraway controversy, but...
Let's go. Yeah, if there's some drama, I need to get some popcorn, though.
What did you say?
I was just saying Kush has been involved in a lot of the...
Integrated political commentator, you love to see it. Man, I actually wish I was a little bit more interested in politics because, like, I mean, I'm slightly more interested in politics than I was when I was younger. Like, when I was younger, I was like, I know that it's like a bad thing. Like, I shouldn't be ignorant, right? Because in the end, I'm voting, right? So I should have like basic knowledge of politics, and I do have like very basic knowledge of politics. And I'm trying my best to inform myself whenever there's like, whenever I have to vote or whatever. But it's just so like boring to me. And like the worst thing about politics is that I just logically do not understand. It's not that I don't understand them, but I think like almost all political systems are just dumb. Like, I personally think like the way, like there is just no perfect political system. Like I know that we don't have really, like it can't be perfect, like I know that. But then at the same time, I'm just like it just feels so pointless. Like it just feels this whole thing where there's these stupid politicians who just like sell you their bullshit, you know? And it's just I hate it. Like I don't even want to talk about like some specific systems, but like all of them just seem dumb to me. And I was just like, that's why I'm personally like never really interested in it, because it just seems so stupid to me. Like the way we vote, the way I don't know, like so yeah, I don't really have much interest in it, and therefore I'm also like I'm certainly not knowledgeable enough to have any kind of political conversation. As soon as they're voted, they forget what they promised anyway. See, that's the thing, right? Like the only information you can get to vote on certain people, like, is what they tell you. But then if they don't do the things they tell you, then what's the point? Like it's so dumb. And the one thing that bothers me the most about political systems is that it's usually much better for a politician to focus on short-term like improvements rather than longer-term ones, because they need to convince the voters to vote for them, right? And that bothers me so much, because if we would actually try to fix long-term things rather than short-term, then things would be so much better. But even if the politicians would want to make long-term changes, they kind of cannot. I mean, they can, but they have to focus on short-term things to win voters over, right? Because otherwise they won't get voted. So they have to do short-term stuff, even though long-term stuff would be so much more beneficial for most people, right? And I'm not, when I say long-term stuff, I don't mean like 500 years stuff, but like, but it's, you know, like longer than like 2 years or whatever. This is the reason that many long-standing politicians that would be great for president in the US do not make it to the presidency. Yes! Yeah, Bernie Sanders, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like people that are actually like logical and go for long-term goals, which would benefit everyone the most, they don't get voted because of that very reason. And that sucks. And that's why I hate political systems. I'm not Austrian, I'm in fact Italian.
You want to see moments before disaster? Here, hold on. Howdy. Moments before disaster. Well, look who's going to get the kill.
Wait, what?
We're looking moments before disaster.
What?
I thought they killed it.
No.
I'm streaming, by the way, just so you know.
So they're going to kill it in the next 40 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. What are they watching?
What was the closest poll? Oh, hello, you're here. I didn't notice.
Hi, mate.
I have such a good
Thanks for not
headset,
killing
I
it
don't
while
hear
I was
anything
casting.
that's going on behind
Sorry,
me.
it dies soon.
Yeah, it dies in the next 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can tell.
We have
Jordan's gonna cast
we just have two more. I mean, that little last one and then one more.
Yeah, it was
That's
full
the-
clown
that's
car.
what the
That last
blood
one was
was so
hilarious.
loud.
It was so funny. It was full clown car. It was. You might as well have had honky noses on. You had no idea what the fuck to do. Everyone was just like,
Well, Kush was like that, yes. He fucking destroyed the whole raid.
Really? What did he do?
He was like, didn't know where the fuck to go, so he just stood still and he was just camping the whole. And then the second group happens, and then.
Yeah.
Oh, I
He
see.
moved both the tanks with the same hit.
No,
Oh,
he moved out,
fuck.
like, oh fuck, wrong way, and then he moved
Oh.
back
into
into
the middle of the group.
The full terrorism. I mean, it happens. I expect to both to know where they're going.
Oh, good job, Kush.
Maybe shadow.
Karen, here.
Huh?
It's funny because Robin was just waiting at
He stands there, he walks away, and then he walks back in.
Oh gosh. Okay, I heard Kush just ended the raid, unfortunately.
That's friends to Chad.
Wait, I mean, they probably saw, yeah?
I'm just going to tell the whole broadcast.
Yeah, just tell them now,
How
so.
do I play it?
Actually, that would. That's.
Alright. Man, this headset is actually so good. I didn't notice that there's like a million people going around me. I mean, when I say the headset, there's like the noise cancellation is actually working really well.
You alright, mate?
You have a fun catch up? You're already done? 15 minutes.
49.
Hey, Orica, what's up? Good morning.
Like how did 4 hours feel today? I feel like that's a good amount of time.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
No,
I feel
Yes, Twitch served that one as well.
Castle Mike anyway, and me and him have like fucking loads of old people things to talk about as well, so I find I can coast for a long time. Do you remember that one time when we just have a chat that no one else understands? We're like, Hellfire assault.
I'm not gonna have the whole South Tyrolean debates that it belongs to Austria. Guys, if you feel Austrian, then I'm happy for you. But it's just a fact that South Tyrol belongs to Italy. There's nothing you can do about it. That is just how it is. I'm sorry. The earth is also not flat. Sorry. But if you feel like an Austrian in your heart, then you can totally feel that way if you want. I will support you all the way.
I think she's a spider, guys.
What album can suggest a loon for in class, but everyone seems to be playing keeper? Well, turns out there's guides that you write before the live servers come out are guides where people just guess things and don't actually know for certain.
If they just go off to the next
If we know they're not coming back, then normally we would end. But
that's what I mean. They won't come back, will they?
I mean, they might do like 4 balls and then go dark.
all of those balls were dark.
But yeah, obviously,
Yeah, they had competitive mode on, so the logs could still be seen, but I don't think any of them were actually shown.
obviously, keep Elun's Chosen is still good. It's not that it's like a horrible talent. It's just that I personally think Keeper is better. A lot of people think Keeper is better. It's a little bit more complicated to play, so it's possible that some people actually do better with Elun's Chosen. Because it is easier to execute. But yeah, it just depends what key level you're doing. Keeper also has more single target damage. And there's a bunch of differences. But it's possible that you maybe do more damage with Chosen, because you literally just... I mean, it's not that hard to play Elun's Chosen, right? You just go Lunar Eclipse and spam Starfire. That's kind of it. So, wait, not Siege and Necrotic Wake. Oh no, it reset my thing. Oh god. Damage roll available. Arakara. And Necrotic Wake. How do I keep getting declined? Invite me. I'm doing big damn, I swear.
So they're not in any time constraint other than making sure it does die.
This is just normal Blizzard, yeah. I'm not using an add-on. How do you feel about Boomy after the few bits of tuning changes that happened since release? I think Boomy's still in a very weird spot. Like, damage-wise, Moonkin is doing really well in M+. Survivability-wise, we're still like... I still hate it. Single target, we still are not that hot. Like in a raid, we're still not doing that well. And just generally gameplay-wise, it's kind of like, eh. So we are going to get a rework in the 20th anniversary thing, though. So maybe that's going to solve some of the issues that we have. So that's cool. I mean, they've announced that it's happening. So we'll see how the changes actually affect our gameplay. But I played it a little bit on PTR, and it seemed nice.
I would actually laugh though if they kill it right here. It would be so good.
I already hope. Well, I hope they kill it. So
Yeah.
if they kill it here, then
A healthy amount of copium. Oh, yep. What? Okay, I actually need to know, why is there no Arakara key at all?
not very nice and tap.
Are people... Like, is Arakara super hard and you can't do it in high keys?
You should have seen it on Tinder.
Like, because I filtered for Arakara and Necrotic Wake, and there isn't a single Arakara key. How can that be possible? I feel like this has to be bugged, right? Yeah, I think the tool might be bugged. Because there's no shot, there's no key. Because even if it's hard, people still do it to get their weekly stun and stuff, right? Hmm.
But people do it in such a toxic way.
Yeah. It's like sticking in your face, right?
Yeah. Sometimes it's interesting. I'm like, oh, you know, like.
Okay, so while we're waiting for people to join this group... We're gonna steal some content from Echo, from Gingy, because he was just behind me, so certainly he's not gonna mind. Oh wait, they're not pulling the bus. Maybe they're explaining to Kush right now what he's supposed to do in the moment where he just killed everyone.
If Echo kill at any time today, they're still equal at least.
Oh, yeah.
Oh! The tank just messaged me that they could never play with me because they played Moonkin as well. And now they're Guardian and now they can play with me.
I mean, one team is actually ahead if the other team does not kill this boss. So, you know, everyone
This is the pull, man. This is the pull. Yeah, you need to go weak quickly because they'll be killing it in 6 minutes. 9 minutes.
I only called it his spells in phase 2, so.
Okay, well, he's going to be dead by then, mate.
This is kind of a cute German song. I don't mind it. Because like, my first language is German, in case some of you don't know. And there's very few German songs that I like, but some of them kind of cute. This one's kind of cute. Well, I don't mind it.
It's also true. They could have a lot more pulls with 2 tanks than Echo would have with 2 tanks.
Yeah, because they nerfed it.
Yeah.
They got a whole
Electric Cowboys are... but they don't sing in German, right?
Yeah, they passed for like how many hours? 4 hours this morning?
Oh, we can talk about the changes anyway.
Of course I like Rammstein. Who doesn't like Rammstein? They're amazing.
What's that circle in front of the boss there? Is that just like a little greeny?
Green, bring a piece.
Okay. What's that do?
Any non-boss mob that walks into it gets bounced back.
Okay.
So then to stop the spiders from reaching fixate.
Okay.
So
Is that mob?
I'm ready. Oh, of course, après-ski music has to be... I mean, it doesn't have to be German, but there are some German bangers. There's some Dutch bangers as well, though. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were waiting for Kush not to jump into both your tanks with Betrayal. Yeah?
I'm excited for winter now. It's going to be winter very soon. We're going to have snow in the mountains. We're going to be able to go skiing and après-skiing, and we're going to listen to German and Dutch après-ski bangers. It's going to be great.
There's more flexibility with people dying, but I don't know. Whenever someone dies early, I'm like, come on, guys. You're not locked in properly.
Oh, we lost a tether group. Goodbye. Was Sweden better? No, I definitely prefer this venue here. Not necessarily because of Sweden versus Germany. Like, I don't think the country in itself has anything to do with it. It's the venue here is just nicer because in Sweden we were in a warehouse that was like repurposed for the race first, and here we're actually at a proper venue that is made for this kind of stuff. Like maybe not necessarily for exactly this, but it does have a studio and there's a kitchen downstairs. There's a gym and there's like proper places for like this room here that I'm in is. I think they barely changed this at all. Like this is actually just like a streaming room or a player room where people usually play, like maybe, I don't know, like League of Legends or whatever. We streamed a skiing trip. I am planning on doing more real life streams, of course, when I'm back, whenever this race first is over, then I'm going to be going back and trying to do more real life streams. And I was thinking, because I've done a lot of real life streams with cycling and hiking and whatever, but now it's, like I did it in the summer, and the summer works really well, but now it's going to be autumn and winter where cycling and hiking is not necessarily like very good anymore considering it's pretty cold and there's probably snow and ice everywhere. So I was thinking, okay, what could I do in the winter? Because I don't think skiing is very good to real life stream. Mainly because, you know, when you ski down a mountain, you can't really interact or talk to chat really. You can talk to chat probably, but not really interact. You can't read your Twitch chat anywhere. You can't film it properly. You know, you can, but just your POV. And it's like, I don't know, it's not great. If you do a real life stream, it always has to be something where you can still talk to chat and still read chat and interact with people. So I was thinking ski touring, because then you're walking up the mountain, and while you're walking up the mountain, it's the same as hiking in a sense, and then you can still read chat and everything, right? So I'm thinking of doing that. And some anonymous gifter has already contributed a lot of money towards my ski touring set goal that I put on my throne. So if we manage to put together enough money, I can buy that ski touring set. I mean, I can still do ski touring even if I don't buy a set because I can just borrow it, right? But borrowing a ski touring set is actually pretty expensive. It's like $40 a day, 40 euros, not dollars, obviously. I don't live in America. And that's kind of expensive when you think about it. Like if you go once a week or something, you're like 40 euros a week. At some point, you have the money together for the ski touring set itself. But skis are very expensive, unfortunately. It is unfortunate. Wait, are we full? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm gonna have to play video games again. Ski touring just means that you're basically walking up the mountain with skis, and then you ski down. So it's a special kind of skis where you have different shoes, a different binding, and then you have like a skin. You have skins that you attach to the bottom of the skis. Wait, sorry, I have to do this opener. I have to do a lot of damage now, guys. Oh, yes. See, this is what I meant earlier. You know, when I said I would have done so much damage? Yeah. But yeah, then you have those skins that you attach to the bottom of your skis, and then you walk up the mountain with the skis. And then you change the binding when you're on the top, so your feet are fully attached to the skis, and you remove the skin, and then you ski down. No, it's not called cross-country skiing. That's something different. When you do cross-country skiing, you don't go up a mountain. That's a different kind of skiing. It is somewhat similar. Because the binding that you have for cross-country skiing also is not fully attached at the back. Like your heel is not fully attached into the binding when you do cross-country skiing, which is the same for ski touring. But other than that, the skis are different and you don't have skins when you do cross-country skiing. Then you have like the bottom of your skis is just like normal, like waxed. While if you do ski touring, you actually like walk up a very elevated area, like actually like a mountain. So you have to attach skins at the bottom, so you don't you don't slide back down. Right. And cross-country skis have no edges as well, yeah, that's true. While ski touring skis do, because at some point when you go ski touring, you have to go down a mountain again, right? So you do need edges, otherwise you'd be fucked. In German, you say the same thing. You say Tourenski. Tourenski. Ski touring. It's kind of the same thing, yeah. So a lot of people just don't know about this sport because it requires you to have mountains, right? Like you can't do the sport without a mountain. So I guess most people that live in an area where there are no mountains, they don't know about this sport. It's a pretty niche thing that is not very common. Hey, Never Nude, what's up? How are you doing? In French, it's called Felle. Yeah, so in German, the skins that you put under the skis is called Felle. Like the Felle that you put underneath, I guess. Oh, I guess we call it that in like German dialect, really. But it sounds similar. Oh, you can do it with a snowboard, but not like it's not actually a snowboard. It is a split board, is what it's called. So you basically have a snowboard that you split in the middle to create skis, and you use the skis to walk up the mountain, because obviously you can't walk up a mountain with a snowboard attached to your feet. So you split the snowboards, you use the snowboard or the skis as like, touring skis. And then once you're up on top of the mountain, you attach the skis again to a snowboard and then you snowboard down. It's actually very nice.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Yeah, you can do it with a split board. Yeah, it is nice. I've never split boarded before because I do know how to snowboard. But I've done ski touring for the first time last year. Or actually, yeah, last year. Or like this year. So, and I also like switched to skiing this year as well. I was snowboarding for most of my life.
Your ascension is complete.
And I recently switched to skiing, and I wanted to get more practice for skiing because I hadn't done it for like the longest time, right? So whenever we tried ski touring, I also went with skiing rather than a split board because I just wanted to get used to like skiing. But I do kind of want to try splitboarding as well.
Your ascension is complete.
Ah, fuck. Goddamn. This affix keeps absorbing my convoke. God damn it. Wait, now everyone's gone all of a sudden. Huh. Ah, shit. I Force of Nature too early. Thank you so much, it's 2 Suckers Anonymous. Thank you so much. Hey, Henry, what's up? Convoke Star Search only hits the main target, yes. Wow. Fuck.
Your ascension is complete.
I'm in combat. Yeah. I've never, well, I did do snowshoe hiking as well in the winter, but I mainly just go hiking. I mainly only go hiking if there is not enough snow for ski touring. Because I feel like if you're gonna do snowshoe hiking, then you might as well just do ski touring instead. Because then you can ski down the mountain rather than having to walk down. You know what I mean? So I only hike in the winter or in autumn or whatever if there's just not enough snow for skiing. Sometimes there is like a lot of snow, but like just barely not enough for ski touring. And that's when I end up hiking. And then I usually don't need snowshoes. Then I just need spikes, whatever they're called, to attach to your feet or to your shoes, just so you don't slid in the ice. I was supposed to interrupt that. I'm sorry. That was my interrupt. Crimps, yeah, that sounds like the correct word. Crimps. This in Plastic is way better than the one in Dragonfly because it's avoidable damage or less now. You think so? I feel like I have not yet played enough in Plus for me to like form a proper opinion about it. On how like the tuning and everything is. But so far, I mean, I did mostly enjoy it so far. For sure. Hey, Chili Pain. Wait, let me read that. If you ever want to try some summer sports like surfing and stuff, man, I actually would really like to start to like try surfing. The only gripe that I have with surfing is that like it looks really cool, but I think the learning process of it seems a bit like tedious. Because like learning how to surf takes quite a long time, right? And it just feels like you're like it feels like you're always in the same like area. You see the same things. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like it's hard to explain. Like when you go hiking, like you walk up somewhere, and then when you're at the top, you see a mountain. You can go hiking like many different places, right? Same with biking. And let me rest the tank here.
Your ascension is complete.
Okay, I guess it's not gonna work anymore.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Shit. So yeah, like most of the sporty activities that I do outdoors, there are things that I do that I can do like different places and where I see like pretty things. You know what I mean? Like it kind of like it's like a sporty activity in combination with like a beautiful kind of like area or landscape. You know, where like I'm hiking up a mountain or I'm cycling to like a pretty place or through a pretty area, or I'm going up a mountain to ski down, and then, you know, like it always involves like pretty things, while something like surfing is kind of like always in the same place. Now you can surf in like different areas, of course, but it's like much more difficult for me to do that because I live in the mountains and I don't have like different kinds of bodies of water where I can start surfing or whatever. And the process of learning how to surf is just so tedious and so long, where I'm like, ugh, I would like to be able to do surfing, because whenever I go on holiday, let's say, and I go to like a beach, I would love to be able to surf. Like that would be very cool. I recently was in Tarifa in Spain, and we saw people surfing like during the sunset, which was the coolest fucking thing. It was so pretty. Like you just saw these people like do kite surfing or like windsurfing or whatever it's called, and it was so pretty. So the sun was like setting in the background. I just looked so pretty, and I was like, oh man, I wish I could do this. If you ever come to Chile, we have the biggest swimming pool in the world, and also we have very nice beaches where you can learn how to surf. And it's the best part, I guess. We drink a lot, so you'll love it. You have convinced me, Chile Pen. You've convinced me. That's it. I'm going to Chile. That's it. No, but we're actually planning on going to South America. We don't really know exactly where, but we wanted to go in like January. Like end of December, January, I think, is where we want to go. Not really know exactly where we're going. Hey, Kitty. That is Plater. My nameplates are Plater.
Yeah, I actually ended up going to the wedding itself. It was in a Apple style deal, and it was just they were going to do it very, very fast. So it was just going to be I'm talking like 20 people less the whole day. I'm going to get lots of Oh really? Went to yeah, that's all.
Hey, Chicken Butt, thanks for the 4 months. What's up? Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary to you, too. I'm from Chile. Lots of mountains skiing. Man, I would love to go to Chile once, or to Peru as well. Like, your mountains look amazing. And what time do you usually cast? It's always in different times. Today I casted from 8 a.m. to noon. And yesterday I also did 8 a.m. to noon. Tomorrow I'm going to cast from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. And the day after I'm going to do an evening cast, I think. 3. No, tomorrow I do 1 p.m. Tomorrow I do 1 to 5. And the day after, I think it's like late. I put it in my phone somewhere.
Your arrival. Time. Yet the battle rages on. We cannot rest until these invaders are purged from our skies.
From 6 to 10 p.m. on Thursday. Which is a bit late. Like, I wonder if it's still raining at that point, but we'll see. Maybe get a short evening shift. And, they changed it?
Because they only got married in a like on a random lunchtime. They just went and got married. Because in order to get married in the UK, if you don't live here, you have to do a bunch of extra hoops and stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna do a lot of damage. Get ready, guys. Fuck. Okay, I'm not gonna do a lot of damage. The smallies died too fast. Fuck. Okay, I mean, I'm still doing a lot, but... Oh, wait. Yeah, so it... Oh, so did it change? So it's not 3 a.m.? So when... Wait, when did I cast them tomorrow? 3 p.m.? Until what? 3 to 7? Oh. Okay. And then the next day? Whoa. 3 to 7. Okay, that's better anyway. Then I have more time to stream. That is much better. I very much prefer that. Wait, but is there one more shift after my shift then? Or is 7 p.m. just going to be the over? Is that the last shift until 7? Or is there another shift after my shift? Tomorrow. Is that one? Okay, good. I thought I might have to extend because people are going to stay longer. Well, I have cooldowns. I'm going. Fuck, the damage meter didn't reset though, so you won't understand how much damage I'm gonna do now. You just won't get it, guys. You won't get it. But I'm doing a lot, I swear. Ooh. Big. And I wanted to say about something earlier, and then I forgot talk about something.
Your ascension is complete.
It wasn't like he was being a jerk. He just assumed I was off.
It's a miscommunication.
It was just a miscommunication, and his wedding was beautiful.
Hey, Anonymous, thank you so much for 2 sub gifts. That is so nice of you. And I don't know why, but every time somebody... every time somebody gives a sub with, like, the cute theme with the hearts, it's just... I'm just like, I don't know. It just gets me every time. I'm just like, oh. Thank you so much, Anonymous. I appreciate that. Like, how cute are those hearts? That was close. I almost got hit by the cleaver of the other assistant.
I was like, are you for real? Like, yeah. It made sense at the time.
And now it's too late.
Now they're in too deep. And I was like, it's not really. Because now you can have big
I'm playing Convoke just for single target and for like few targets. It's just like a lot better for single target than Incarn is. Incarn would be better for AoE because Purple Rain. Thank you so much for 5 subs. That is so nice of you. Aw, you're the cutest. Thank you so much. I mean, look how cute that theme is at the hearts. Come on. It's so cute. Thank you so much. Welcome to Mantista, Edenfoya, Norwick, Sarka, and Strider. Thank you so much. Welcome, everybody. It is pretty easy. Hey, Sabla. How are you playing when the servers are down? I've told you this before, Sabla. It's the streamer servers. Why are you never listening? Oh, how do I get into streamer servers so I can avoid downtime? My trees are applying Moonfire for me. My trees are doing all of the work. Hey, Bishu. He said something about my cat is being cute. Yeah, don't worry about it. It wasn't very important. Certainly not more important than your cat, that's for sure. Man, today's like not a very good day in Cologne. It's the first time that it's actually raining. It was really nice weather, like really clear skies and actually very warm for the longest time. And now, unfortunately, it's raining. Man, I broke the Naguura Max level. I broke it. And David broke my pink mug while I was gone. Can you imagine? I need more mugs, guys. Said no one ever, by the way. Like, I still have like a million mugs. But yeah, I broke my Naguura mug, unfortunately. Yeah. Need more mugs, yeah. Yeah, Sevla. Perfect. So they fixed this boss now, right? Like it doesn't do that much damage anymore? Or the creation, rather. It is Preach in the background. Preach and Alex, hanging out. You're having a good time? Talking about feet, probably?
What? What are you doing about? We're just chilling out here. You're harassing us. You just focus. This boss is really, really hard. Chat told me.
Oh my god. Whew. Thankfully this guy has very short arms, because otherwise he would have killed me for sure. Oh, it's not low enough. Get the boss? Nice. Gamer! You're gonna die in a moment. Oh, I have... Okay, we got it, we got it. Nice. They nerfed this fight a little bit, I think. Like, they changed it a little. It's not that bad anymore. I mean, it is bad, but better. Okay, should I skip this phase? We have a rest, right? Like, I think I'm skipping. If I get the XL. Fuck! It was too early! Shit. Oh, that was so close. I almost did it. Okay, just kidding. I'm not gonna skip it. I never wanted to skip this in the first place. I clearly wanted to be down here. Oh my god. You get the debuff when you skip, yeah. You will die in 40 seconds, but we have 2 battle rests, so I figured it's fine. Oh.
I've never played it, but what we've got is Chris is going to. It's the first time we've done this, right? Chris is actively going to be working on any other project rather than to completely be all
And what is it? Makes it bad? What makes what bad? Boomy? Oh, Moonkin isn't bad. In M+. In the raid, Moonkin is not... Also, Moonkin is not... I also wouldn't call Moonkin bad in the raids. It is certainly... Like, it is... I would say... I would call it very average. Damage-wise. Maybe a little on the lower side of average. On single target. The main problem for Moonkin, I guess, is survivability in the raids. Very difficult to survive. Like, one of the most, if not the most squishy class against rot damage and generally. So that's a little bit of a problem in the raids. And plus Moonkin's pretty good though, damage-wise. Moonkin's are also squishy in plus, but in plus usually it's easier to survive. Like, it's easier to make use of bear form in plus, because a lot of plus damage is like very bursty, heavy, like one-shotty damage. And bear form is pretty nice, of course. Why do I keep getting warbound? I don't need that.
And he changed like the head to a rat and stuff like that. So he was messing around in the background and constantly updating it. And he told his evolving story as it went along. And I was like, this is perfect. We're playing a really good game, and we're evolving all this. So Rimroll's really lined up for that. And then the next one we're doing is we're building a truck in the studio.
I'm 2K rating now, and I'm Harbinger. Harbinger of the Carved.
It's going to be wild when it happens. It's going to be absolutely wild. We've been sitting on it for 6 months.
I didn't have a necrotic wake before this. I had no necrotic wake. This is my first necrotic wake. I also still haven't done Arakara, so I need to do that too. Like, these are my dungeons. I have a 10 in everything and a 0 in Arakara.
Can't do it, so from that perspective, yeah, massively. It's one of the, I mean, I only paid for random for the studio. That's really good. It's really good.
Cannot have sacrifice drop if you don't already. Yeah, tickets. Can't be unlucky if I don't do the dungeon. Okay, now we're doing Arakara. This time it's gonna happen. Let's stop this filter and we just look for Arakara. What if I look for this? Big DK? Have you considered a Moonkin instead of a DK? Think about it. Like, really think about it, yeah?
Yeah, because recently they had to sell a skyscraper in Manchester for... It was something ridiculous. It was like, it's a full
Hey Frank, I am doing good. How are you doing? Still waiting? Oh man. I'm currently very busy, Frank. Currently very busy. Aber vielleicht nach dem Race mal. Gerade muss ich halt casten und streamen und Videos machen und alles ein bisschen. Aber ich rufe dich mal nach dem Race an. Ich muss dir das mal speichern, sonst vergesse ich das immer. Ich speichere mir das jetzt an. Call Frank.
Yeah, there's a bit more with like bills and stuff like that, but it's really not a lot. That's why I said I've offered like 200 quid for the downstairs because I don't need it. But with the
So.
probably like two software developers in the next, we need somebody who can work with Unreal 5.
You still got a hero token for hitting KSM? Yes, but I already have a hero token because I killed Heroic Ansurak last week. And it's the same thing, it's the same achievement.
I mean, I'll tell you when I can because it's actually awesome. It's so good. We're like giga excited about it. It's one of those things we're all really excited about. We've had meetings with the people who are currently doing that app development. And they're all in on it. And, you know, we've had to make a lot of things to make sure that it's ours.
Okay, I think it's time to sit down. I've been standing enough.
It's something that every one of us is like, this could be huge. To the point where our competitor, there is a competitor already in the market that's got stuff. We've had to have a
What the fuck? Table.
Always rock up when you see what they're doing.
Also, I have like my super comfy. I have my super comfy like pink socks here, and they would fit so perfectly to my outfit today. Look at this.
I mean, if it works out, if we've done it in a way that even if it doesn't work out as we dream, for us personally, still.
Hey, Frog. No, but anyone else from the Naguura channel just feels a little bit like home. It's so chill and could just be content all day watching, listening long. That is so nice of you to say, Frog. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you enjoy hanging out here. That is very cool to hear. I'm glad I'm creating an environment where people can just hang out and listen and just chill a bit. Love the purse too. Thank you. I love this purse too. I'm a big fan. I've had it for a while now. I actually bought it in America at some point. It's from Kate Spade. I didn't know that brand before I bought this, but it's like slowly breaking a bit because I'm using it a lot. I love like smaller purses. I don't like having big purses because I guess the bigger the purse is, the more you're bringing stuff that you just don't need. Yeah. Like, the amount of times I have like a bigger purse and like I open it, it's like, why? What is in there? Like, it's like all this stuff that I absolutely never ever need.
We should really start work on phase 2 as soon as possible. I've made a bit of an executive decision on that one. I want it in.
And it's just from someone considering moving to EU from Oceanic culture-wise. Interesting. Well, the problem is I don't really know how it is over there, so I guess I can't tell you really the differences, because that would be the most interesting thing for you to understand the differences, right? But I don't really know how it really is for you. We do have two, like there's an Australian chef here. She cooks for us, or she generally cooks in this facility. She's from Australia. I guess I could technically ask her what like the main difference is between here and Australia. But then it also depends on where you move. Like Europe is very different, yeah, between the countries. Like living in Germany is going to be very different compared to living in Spain. There's vast differences between culture from one country to the other. So it really depends where you would want to go. I lived in the EU for 3 years, coming from the US, and I loved it here. Nice. Where did you live, Golden? You want to go Germany, Italy, or England? Okay. I mean, for you, I would assume the easiest for you would be England, right? Because, I mean, you'll be able to communicate with everyone fine. There won't be like a language issue. I do think the UK, I mean, they're special. Like, I would say the UK is very different to like Italy. Like Italy, the UK, night and day. Very different kind of people, very different culture, different weather, different landscape, different food, like everything very different. But both can be nice in its own way. Just really depends on, I guess, what it is you personally prefer. I think Italians are generally like a little bit more. Like they have this. Depends on where you go in Italy. Like I think southern Italy has this like more laid back mentality, which I guess like areas that are a little bit hotter generally have this. I also notice this in Spain. That people have this like laid back mentality, I guess is what. Yeah, it really is that, you know. It's like they're kind of like they're just they're chill, you know. And I think this can be a good thing, but also a bad thing. Personally, I think it's a cool thing when you're just like when people are not taking things too seriously and they're just kind of chill and they hang out. It's kind of nice to, especially like when you're on vacation in a country like this. That I feel like it's very nice when everyone's so laid back. I do think when you work in an area like that, it can be a little bit annoying when you can't rely on people doing their things because they are so like laid back and they're not like very strict in like, you know, getting their work done in time or like showing up in time or doing things in general. Like, you know, that can be a bit frustrating, I guess, when it comes to like working with people that are like that. But I don't like, it just kind of depends, I guess. Thank you so much to Saki Sip Takes. Thank you so much. Just Italy because of the wines from Piedmont. It's kind of, well, I personally, if I would have to choose between living in, well, I guess this is hard to tell because I obviously want to live in South Tyrol, which is in Italy, so I would choose Italy, right? Because I want to live here where I live. So, if I would have to choose to live either in Italy, in Germany, or in the UK, but I can't live in South Tyrol. If I would have to live somewhere else, actually, then I would probably choose, let me think. Man, that's hard. I don't know. I think I would probably then choose. That's hard to tell, actually. What would I choose? Anywhere else in Italy, Germany, or the UK? I don't know. I don't know. Like that is a very difficult decision to make. So, and I also think about like, I think from a pure, if I only consider like my free time and I don't think of work at all, then I would probably choose to live somewhere in Italy, like in the northern parts, somewhere else. You know, like in some other northern Italian country, province. That it just isn't South Tyrol. But if I consider also like, if I consider work as well, like streaming and whatnot, then I almost feel like I would prefer going to the UK because there's just like generally more like opportunities and stuff, I guess, for streaming and for content creation. And I could also go to like southern Germany somewhere. I wouldn't mind living in like Bavaria somewhere, probably. Thank you so much to Sub Gifts, Drew. What's up? Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know. It's a hard decision. I definitely wouldn't want to live in like a super flat area though. Like I think that would bother me for sure. Like either I would live in Bavaria somewhere, like in some like hilly area somewhere, or in like northern Italy somewhere, or in the UK, maybe Scotland. Food-wise, I obviously would live in Italy, yeah. UK food and German food cannot compare to Italian food.
One browser source. And you paste it, and it does it all. That's good. Yeah, it's really good. All you add is your camera. That's it. Everything else, all that border, all the animations. Like that entire UI there.
Am I seeing all our Akaras? I'm not sure. Hey Ali, Southern Bavaria is lit. Yeah, Bavaria is lit.
It's built because we wanted this stuff and we begged our competitors to add this because we know they could.
I've been there a bunch of times. It is really nice.
I originally came from me wanting, I said, wouldn't it be cool if I wrote a story that involved top
Schnitzel and sausages are very good. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not. Like, I do think that, like, a lot of people always like complain about certain countries' food, but I think almost every country has certain good foods, you know? Like Germany has good food, some of it, but overall, like on average, I would say Italian food's probably better, or I like it better.
Why can't I do that? It's not that complicated. After previous
Yeah, you can find good food almost anywhere if you just find the right phrases. And in the end, you can cook good food yourself anywhere you want, right? So if you move somewhere, just cook your own food, you know? If you're... There is some problem though, because I actually, when I lived in the UK, I actually did have a hard time finding some stuff, like, because some stuff that you need to cook certain food, like, it's just not available there, right? And I felt like the UK kind of has nothing. Like, when I say nothing, I mean, like, no goods, like, certain, like, vegetables or fruits or whatever. Because, like, there's certain areas that are known to grow certain, like, vegetables or certain fruits or whatever, and then you just try to cook good stuff with those things, because it's almost always better to cook with, like, local, whatever grows locally or whatever they do locally, because, you know, it just tastes better. But, and I'm, like, to be fair, it's not that I tried a lot. Like, when I lived in the UK, I wasn't very into cooking. I did cook sometimes, but I definitely wasn't, like, trying very hard to find things that I can cook with, like, local recipe, with, like, local foods. So I'm sure you can cook stuff with, like, local, like, UK stuff that does taste delicious, right? I just didn't spend much time trying to cook their things. I tried to replicate things that I know, which then I ended up not being able to do because they were lacking certain ingredients that I needed, you know? And then I was like, fuck this. They don't have this cheese, they don't have this, they don't have that. True, I forgot that this filter doesn't work.
We have to get that custom built, even though it's not hard. The guy, I think we paid £1,000 for that functionality, and the guy built it in about 25 minutes. Yeah, custom it. It's not hard. There was that guy.
I only need Blaster Pro Tank. Well, I mean, I did all 10s already, so maybe I just do a +8 or something. Because I did a 10, right? So I have the vault unlocked. Is there any weekly thing that I still have to do, by the way? I don't think so. I think my character's ready for reset. Hey, PPD. I mean, Tesco still. No, I don't mean that. Like, I don't mean that you can't get this certain thing in the store. Well, to be fair, that is also true. Like, there's obviously certain cheeses that you won't sell, or that you have to import from somewhere or whatever. Like, there are certain things that you can't necessarily get in the UK that can get where I live. Like, it's just like local products or whatever is what I mean. You know, not that I can't buy cheese, but like a very specific type or whatever. You know, is what I mean. And when it comes to like vegetables, I guess it's always like local grown, like tomatoes will always be better than imported tomatoes, right? Stuff like that. No, you get a hero track from Delphs. You cannot get more than hero track. So it's actually not really worth it to unlock. Well, okay, let me rephrase this. If you have a full myth track vault, like if you have from M+, if you have done 8 10s in M+, then and if you have unlocked your heroic rate vault, then the likelihood of you taking a Delph item is pretty low, because you get myth track from M+ then, and from Delphs you only get hero track. It's still possible that you get really shitty items from Mythic Plus that you don't need, and from the raid 2, and then you would pick a hero track item instead. But then I would argue that you would just take the socket. But having unlocked more in your vault gives you more coins, so then it would still be worth it to unlock it, right? Yeah, even if the caster weapon is good from the Delphs, it's still only hero track. And I wouldn't equip a hero track weapon, right? If I can have access to crafted weapons and myth weapons. Okay, maybe I shouldn't do a +2. Wait, what is Mikey? Oh, dumb break, okay. Let's try this. I feel like Arakara is so much fun because you can do so many AoE pulls. It's just like back-to-back huge pulls. If the tank is willing to do that. Shit. Yeah, Alvin. It's the worst. Guys, we need to get invited to a key because it's dinner soon, TM, and I need to get this done before dinner. Somebody invite me. I just need it for score. I would prefer 10, but I can also do a 9. Oh, that looks good. Or an 8. And I wish the filter would work properly. Like, how does this person have 2,300 score? But they did a +3, and is this just bugged? I think it's bugged, right? Like my add-on is just not updated or something. Okay. Is true there's no echo in the venue? Oh. Wait, are you... I don't hear an echo. Do we hear an echo? Yeah, I think it's that on, yeah. No, don't. Well, then there's no echo. Okay, let me look at this for a second. Huh? Oh, I see, I see. How is Benny doing with the video, Kuros? Do we have any updates?
I'm gonna grab myself a soda.
Yeah, this is kind of sad.
It's expected.
It is.
One sec.
Kill the man, dude.
Have they tried using their mightiest of spells?
Yeah, having them there. This is kind of the same as you have for liquid, actually.
Yeah.
Well, ironically, it's almost identical.
Wonder if Method were going to announce today.
I think they will. I don't think they made any o'clock.
Yeah, you might be right, actually.
But we were at 36 full for a while.
Do you know if this is the most boring question I think I've ever asked you. Do you know if they've announced the budget yet?
What, the UK?
No. Has that happened yet?
As far as I know, no.
I need to keep a very close eye on that.
Why?
Because one
So.
payment going out and the new one coming in.
All right.
And the childcare fucking funding and stuff.
I assume you got classes at private school, eh?
Except only Shamil. It's funny because they probably just want bloodlust, but it's just funny the way they say it.
That's because of the
Only except Shamil.
No, she's separate for education and stuff like that, so we're still on offset and whatnot. But we're also very different from schools.
I was fine with it. It's all good for me. Just wish they didn't have to put in
So just because the public schools nearby are trash.
The mouse mat that I have is actually, I don't know.
the best one we could find.
It's extra fry.
I fought really hard against them about private school. She went to it in the beginning.
It's from Extra Fry. I honestly don't even know what brand that is.
Don't want the kids in here. I was like, I did all right.
I don't know.
Social skills.
I assume it's some. Oh wait, I just realized that Jessie has like a much prettier one. I'm jealous.
Best things I did was go to a public secondary school. So like,
I actually brought a mouse pad, but there was already one, so I figured why use mine that I brought when I can just use this one. I brought a mouse pad because the last time in Sweden we didn't have a mouse pad, so and they didn't bring one, and then I had to like borrow one. But here we actually had them already, so I don't have to use one. And the one that I have at home is like it's the Steel Series one. Well, actually the one that I use at my office is like a Corsair one, like a black one, a really big one with like a RGB stripe on the side that I never use. I just like it because it's black. Oh.
I fought against it. They went to public school for Max was there for 3 years. He was there for 3 years. James was there for 2. Valentine's got stuff.
Yeah, Newman, yeah.
Max was getting his classes completely degenerated. And even he was getting really upset. He's like, I don't understand it, what the point of this is.
Guys,
So,
I know I ask about audiobook recommendations literally every 2 weeks, but I'm running out of my audiobooks soon again, yeah?
very happy kids, mate.
James lost all his
Do you have any audiobook recommendations that are not fantasy books?
he was in school for 2
No fantasy.
He must be.
The Martian, I love The Martian, but I already listened to it. It was great. I don't use it in MMO mass mainly just because I don't want to get used to it. I do think it would be a lot better. Do you want fiction or non-fiction? I think I prefer fiction, but I don't mind non-fiction if it's like. But yeah, I think I prefer fiction. I listen to a lot of Andrew Huberman as well. Yeah, I listen to a lot of his podcasts. I do think he's great. Romance novels works as well. Yes. Nothing too. Like when it comes to romance novels, I don't want them to be like super cringe, you know. Like a lot of them are like very like over the top cringy. I don't want that. Like I want the story to make sense and to not be like super. Like I prefer if the romance is part of it, but not like necessarily like the main bit. You know what I mean? Because sometimes you have a romance book. And it's so much about the romance, and the story doesn't really make sense. It's kind of like, ugh. Or the characters are super cringe.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can.
And then I don't like it. But otherwise, I do like romance books.
In video is obviously the obvious one, but just in terms of the general vibe.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, for sure. I think it's more the stream stuff. I was saying like when
I listened to Children of Time already. I didn't like it that much. Like sci-fi, sci-fi is difficult. Like
you have that communication, then you can dial in and change things.
I do like some sci-fi books, but most of them I kind of don't. Like most of the sci-fi books that I read are too much like fantasy to me, you know? Where it's like too much like made up stuff. Like it's too futuristic in a sense, you know? Because I do like science fiction if it's closer to reality. Like it can be made up, of course, but I feel like if it's too much fantasy and it goes like too far away from like what could be real, then I'm just like, eh. I like Project Hail Mary a lot. For example. Thank you so much for the Prime, Rikito. Thank you very much. Thanks for the 32 months, Sammy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I cannot listen to The Expanse. I tried listening to it numerous times. I can't get into it. I can't do it.
Big names and stuff, but it's not. I'm always pushing for in person. I think when it's not like
Neil Stephenson's romantic novels are incredible. Really? Okay, I'm gonna write this down. Wait. I'm taking notes.
You're not going to get it.
you're not gonna get.
And we never would have got what we did
No,
if we hadn't done that.
we never would have got that proper people involved.
Okay,
John,
Neil
Well,
Stephenson.
we wouldn't have had the vibe.
Bookfinity.com.
Beforehand with all these people and make them comfortable. I feel like one of my skills is to let people know we're genuine and comfortable.
Eldornia.
I hope Jesse's still around. Cox.
I've heard about Red Rising,
Jesse gone.
but I thought it would be too much fantasy for me. Yeah.
Recently,
He's in London.
Hey, Syria.
where I think it's London. He's filming in some woods somewhere.
The Postmortal. The Postmortal by Drew McGarry. Also keep in mind I'm looking for audiobooks and not actual books to read. Because it's sometimes books can be really good, but then the audio version of it is very bad, and then it's difficult.
This is what happens, liquid. I just tilted for about 20 pulls and then we just got it together and killed it.
Not sure how that's going to work.
Andy Weir's amazing. I'm a big fan of Andy Weir, yeah.
Kind of low production.
Hey, Sammy. Okay, I'm writing all of this down. Thank you, guys. I'm going to do some research afterwards. Do you like any of this? Closing the sale. Sigler. Interesting. Ethan Cross. Okay.
That's the wife on this one, which is already done a million times.
Shades of Grey. I assume that has nothing to do with 50 Shades of Grey, okay? Jasper Ford. Good. Cosmic horror. What is cosmic horror? What kind of genre is that? Wait, Arakara, what is this?
So we're doing the next one relatively smoothly, that's progress.
Oh, it's right here. I need to get rid of this filter in the middle of my screen. Hey, DJ Nevra, thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate that. Welcome. Cosmic horror is fantasy for sure. Okay. Oh, Margaret Atwood, Handmaid's Tale. That's pretty neat. Dystopian sci-fi. Okay, so I think I do like dystopian sci-fi that isn't like too far-fetched. Because I'm not sure if you know the book The Scythe. I liked it. So even though that is definitely fantasy, it's like dystopian. Like it could technically be like a possible like future that is not like too far off, you know. Like that's I don't mind that as long as not everything is like completely made up, you know. And yeah, I did like... Fuck. Where's the stand? Wait, is it right here? Oh, convenient. So I like the Scythe by... I actually forgot who wrote it. Silo! Oh my god, maybe I should listen to Silo, because I watched the movie, like I watched the show. But I didn't... Yeah, oh my god, I should write this down. It's called Wool, right? The book. But I have never listened to it. But I watched the show and I liked it a lot. Oh really, Anidia? Then maybe I should look into that. Red Rising. Dystopian. And then Margaret Atwood. Thank you guys, appreciate that. Thank you so much for all the suggestions. Thanks for the stuff, Gift Anonymous. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, he's moved it till 6. Oh, no. He might move it. Oh, no, I'm on the wrong fucking bed.
Schusterman, yeah, Schusterman did Scythe, yeah.
They're in from 6. We start from 7.
Wait, what? Just changed again. We're starting at 5 earlier. They pushed it back a bit.
It looks like we start at 7.
Yeah, the only other problem is, and I hate this, because, okay, so at first I like books that require you to like think a bit more, that are a bit more complex. But the problem is that I can't pay attention, like when I'm listening to audiobooks or when I have the time to listen to audiobooks, it's almost never me just sitting there listening, you know, like I listen while I'm cycling or while I'm cooking or while I'm doing some other task. And I cannot like fully pay attention to it. There will always be like something else I do at the same time. So if a book is too complex, too complicated, then it's just frustrating because I can't pay attention. Like I can't follow it properly.
Now you learn the truth
So
of the void.
that kind of sucks because I want to listen to more complicated ones, but yeah.
It is starting at 6. So everything's an hour out on time.
Well, I'll be somewhere.
I'll tell them. It's impressive. If nobody books it, they're going to get the wrong time.
Are we just going? Wow. Yes? Yeah, sure, go for it.
that was a kind of mine.
Yeah, I do kind of mind a little. It's okay.
That's fine, right?
It's just like, the light is horrible, but it's fine. Just go for it. Yes. It's fun.
Your ascension is complete.
Can you all tell Mike that I look horrible now with the slides? No, I'm just kidding. Convoke is very good. I'm playing Convoke right now. In fact, you play Convoke most of the time. Oh. Whoa!
Your survival wasn't
Okay, well that
necessary.
hurts. Fine. Welcome back, Ace. Hope your gym session went well. It's raining at your place too, because it's raining here as well. Or at least it has been raining earlier. It's not worth to press convoke if there's more than like 3-4 targets. It's it is just not worth it. You could call it a damage loss even. Oh god. That's an egg. Alright, we're good, we're good. We're so back, guys. And I'm being beaten by this Red Paladin. I don't like it. This Red Paladin is stealing all of my burst AoE with the first global. I mean, I don't need a lot of ramp up time, but apparently it's too much. I'm trying my hardest to pat on the smallies, but apparently it's not good enough. I think it's time to change the music, by the way. I think we're now in weekly discovery mood.
Now you do.
I said after dinner.
After dinner?
I did say that, yeah. As a wing, but it turned out to be true.
Well, technically not correct yet.
Yeah,
You got
Oh,
30
no.
minutes.
I don't need to be much of an oracle to say that it's an exact fact.
What's the, I mean,
The good shoot my like just in case you say any secrets.
no, don't worry about it. Go. I'm gonna tell you guys anything.
Hey, where's my discovery weekly?
Desperately true.
Worst source of information.
I'm not finding it.
You say give secrets, and then I say, don't say what I didn't say.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Your ascension is complete.
Whew. I got it. All right, this is my gem.
Oh, yeah, that is something. They just have to
Okay, actually not this song though. The next one. Okay, better. I like I said this is my jam, and then I skipped the song.
Sometimes they do a swipe shapes, but generally speaking, you go into a polarization.
Your ascension
Depends on how frequently you want to
is
Sorry, I'm kind of far away.
more people, less dead. More leaders, better ones.
When you bring in 8 bits, so you have 40%.
And if they all just play the sound very regular,
Noise?
ready to get 8 extra reps.
Why don't we go play shamans and pull 170 30 seconds?
Really, the Activerse? Well, this is the first time I'm doing Arakara, and I'm going to loot the trinkets. That is a fact. And I'm sorry to all the people that have been doing this dungeon for ages to get the trinket, but this is just how it's gonna be. And you can't stop me from looting it. Deal with it.
This is where they go left, right. There's only one guy left. One guy. Fine.
can and I will.
Mechanical information. Ah.
Yeah, everyone here. Oh, look, you see these
I don't use Moonfire when I'm planning on pressing trees.
Everything happens as one.
Otherwise, I do.
Like, I'm watching Mike and I have no idea where he's going or what the plan is. I hope he knows what he's doing. You say that?
Really? Never knew it?
Oh yeah, you
'Cause I watched him do some of the Arakawa runs, and I saw him like kind of get upset that he didn't get the trinket. I was like, really?
The next overlap is the charge is the disposal like yeah, that's what you want.
And then the boss dies, right?
If they get there like 30 chance, because it's crazy that birthday actually melts.
Didn't I just skip this song? I swear I just listened to this song. Was that not the one at the same song?
On the next bullet, then you can keep the line.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Oh, this is the overlap, right? I mean, they lost earlier.
This is wrong though. You have to start it in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I mean, they probably realize, yeah.
Oh, of course. The fact that they stunned it told it was a Christmas miracle.
Yeah.
It's absolutely wrong spot.
Well, it's new best. New best before new 0.1%.
Yeah, we've got 2.2%. But in terms of actually, they did the first try.
But it's also a new best in terms of how far they got in the fight. Because I don't think they've ever seen this last combination.
So I was confused as what they were supposed to do. There's like a 0.1.
What they do with cooldowns here? They just hold it for boss?
And I think that's all.
I guess so. Or for next pack. For Big Blast, the next pack? Big Pet? Ooh, I could be doing some Big Pet right here. Should I do Big Pet? Oh, it's happening. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. You can't stop me. Oh, yes. Look at that overall damage in just a second, guys. Grandma, what's a grandma keyboard? There's no way there's a certain type of keyboard that is considered for old people. Like, what? Oh my god.
Your ascension
I think I'm doing some hanging.
Oh, you're
I
gonna
made
go
my
for
last
us?
time, yeah. But someone else is supposed to join me and we're supposed to go for Omega. I've decided to do the effort.
Nice bait.
I've got to make sure I draw someone that won't
Well
be
done.
if I draw it completely far. So,
I mean, there's a bunch of people that can make that happen.
Another nice bait.
I'm sure there's lots of targets, but I'm sure there's
Night
some.
range would be a good one, though.
Oh, wow.
He's a character. Thank you.
Like, I'm going to tell you what you make.
God, this boss is annoying.
You should have run him now. Maybe pass him. Don't be the knowledge though, man.
We finished an hour ago.
Oh, shit.
Find out because we're gonna finish.
Thank you for being fun.
We got to 20% and we needed one more phase to nearly an hour.
Then stay for one.
Wait, I didn't realize my convoke isn't ready yet. Oops, see.
If you go at that rate, we'll be here.
Guess I'm not convoking during this CA.
Just kill it.
Oops.
Already that, so we got to do the rest of
That's what we did with Kindle.
the. Yeah. You can't do the last bit.
That's fine, that's fine. Are we following the pipeline? Or are they going to the next camera? And,
Ow.
check your health block to 0. No, it's not. This is more about everyone, getting everyone on one line with what we do. That's the hard part.
Oh yeah. Oh, this dungeon really doesn't seem that hard at all. Huh. Can't believe this is like the last dungeon I have to do on a high key, and no one invited me to a +10. I did all of the other dungeons on +10. I guess the last one was maybe a bit more difficult, and also this area, I guess, might be a bit hard.
Under the guidance of the Black Empire,
You know, people remember
Queen
finance
Nephros refused to reclaim that glory. But no
Decent, like,
Oh! Dude, these guys are... have it out for me. Jesus. And I wish I had cooldowns. By cooldowns, I mean Force of Nature. I'm still pressing it, I think.
The first great day was literally 24 hours, I think, or whatever it is. When reset was 7 a.m. the next day. That's when we get the over. Or day 1. Okay. And then we were stuck with Maidon. Yeah.
It's a strap we would have done.
No, because we need facts as well. I don't know. We need facts as well.
Let's
find out. There must be something more.
I got straight one shot at us. Yeah, I definitely got the strap, but it wasn't that complex.
no, there was it was cheat. That boss was constantly cheese. If you did it how it's intended to be done.
Alright, what's the time? It is 5:18. The raiders go for lunch soon, and then afterwards they still have a little bit of time, I guess, before they sleep. But I think they want to leave at like 7. 5:30 is lunch. 6 and like an hour after lunch. I guess if they even use that hour. And the boss is how low? What's the lowest percent? Are they killing it? Is the question. Is there gonna be some extending? No, there's no way they're extending. 28. Well, I mean, I guess the boss dies pretty quickly on low percent, but still. I'm in for lunch, late lunch. Dinner. 5:30 dinner. I'm casting for Echo. I'm at their venue.
We were stuck in Ragnarok for 2 weeks.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh wait, we have all enemy force already. Can we just gateway or something? Or what are we doing? Or do you just jump? Oh, you can just walk. Oh, well, I guess we just walk. That seems simpler.
And I had an ad chasing me down, which wasn't allowed to reach the group for like 20 seconds. Basically, if people might
Oh, we're looking good.
emotionally available enough to deal with that,
I'm not sure how you did it. I know mine I got a cave, and I just had to make sure no one got it. So I just saw all the cave.
as we're getting out of the cave, comes through the back down. And they won't be in control, and I was like, control it.
And I've got my kill video of that fight. It's fucking garbage. I just stood on my own in this cave for like 10 minutes while everybody else is doing whatever the fuck else happened on that fight, and then I just went in. I still took pride in what I did though, like, because it's like 3 spiders a week. And I had to do very specific DPS rotations to make sure they all die, and then some of the guys like that
And poison dispel as well is so nice. Having a totem as well, like poison dispel totem. Wait a second. Nah, actually, never mind. All good. False alarm. I thought it a great idea, but then it turned out I'm just stupid anyway.
I've never got to
Flying.
feel this was so flying.
No, there was some flying shit with when you're fighting what's the name of that guy?
That
He
guy.
gives you the actual banana.
Was it water though?
Yeah, it was gravity.
It was like a
No, it was gravity.
Yeah, but it was.
Okay, cooldowns, but I have to wait for trees
I like it. It was
and forge.
No, it was
Same expansion. I think it was same expansion. It was one game before.
Yeah.
They don't find us.
Okay, well the boss is gonna die before my trees are ready. I need to starve also. All of these ads die.
I literally just killed ads for like 10 minutes and wireless.
Okay, the boss is dead. Shit, I dream bursted. I dream bursted this random ad over there. 309 points, let's go! Huge! Nah. What? This is tricked! I said I'm gonna look the trinket! What the hell? I said trinket. You heard me say it, right? Can't believe it. I said I'm gonna get a trinket, it just didn't drop. What is this game? This build definitely looks good. It is good. I'm a big fan. Kind of hate the tree build, so was avoiding outside. Yeah. Well, I kind of I don't like the tree build either, but honestly, after playing EC, I like this tree build, like the tree build more, just because it's adds like a little bit of depth to the spec.
Everyone looks at it very straight all the time.
Like,
There were some crap bosses in that raid.
Wasn't the whole nature
like playing EC just feels so, like you just like enters Lunaclips completely mindlessly and just do nothing. I don't know. Pressing start, it just feels so And tree build gives it some depth because you have to at least look at your tree cooldown. You have to use your trees in a way where you can use the dream burst properly. You want to kind of like line up your cooldowns a bit, and it gives it some depth. It's not that bad.
No trinket. Outplayed. #skill issue.
Wait, sorry, I want to check who I got this donation from. Because my glasses are too small and I can't see anything. Thanks to the 2 years never knew. I played #skill issue. Yeah, I know, it is a skill issue. Honestly, if I was better at this game, I would be looting the trinket first try. I'm glad you're putting it out, never knew. Thank you. That donation clip, I remember that did so long ago. Gross. Okay, so let me see. I filled out the whole vault. I've done all 10s, well, in 1-9 for like score. So I'd get invited to Keys next week. And that's it. Yeah, it should be good. Done the grades. I think we're good. I mean, I still have some crests to farm, but I still have to farm gilded crests and carved, no, not carved, runes, but whatever. I done casting? Yes, I've casted from 8 a.m. to the noon. Tomorrow I have the 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. shift, I think. But now I'm gonna go for dinner, and then I'm gonna go for a little bit of a workout. So I'm gonna do some cardio today. And tomorrow I'm gonna go and do some. So tomorrow I'm lifting weights again, but in the evening. But then we're gonna do some cycling. What's for dinner? I don't know what's for dinner. I can show you tomorrow. I'll take a picture all of the time. I took a picture of lunch today because lunch was delicious. Look at this. Wait, let me do full screen.
So it would need I just recapped for you guys who didn't have faction transfer.
It was.
So I had to re-level on Alliance.
It was like a salad with chicken and sweet potatoes. Actually, it was normal potatoes. It was carrots, a different kind of salad as well. And then there was a dessert, like cake.
Wild West.
It was very good.
One character only, no.
Yes, chef. But yeah, that's it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I'm gonna go for dinner and then do my evening workout thing, and then I'm gonna sleep so I can be back tomorrow for a stream in the morning. Because tomorrow I stream before my casting shift, so I'll start streaming tomorrow at like 9, 10 or so. I'm gonna try to do 9, and then I'm gonna talk to Johnny a bit later as well. Gonna talk about some stream stuff.
You tell them to ask go fuck themselves. If they come to summon you.
So yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you guys as always. Remember to follow my stream if you haven't yet. That helps me a lot. I would appreciate that. Check out my YouTube channel. I posted some videos there. I'm going to be posting a Moonkin guide at some point later. But before I post a Moonkin guide, I'm going to post a Race to World First video where basically I'm explaining what the Race to World First is, and I'm kind of explaining it for people that don't know anything about WoW. So if you have friends or people that you would like to explain the Race to World First to, or if you would like to know some more details about the Race to World First, then that video should be pretty cool. Danny's working on it. It's taking some more time because he's really trying to make the video good and puts a lot of like effort into editing footage and adding stuff in there to really get the points across that I'm making. So definitely go ahead and check out my YouTube channel. I'm called Naguura everywhere, so very easy to find, but they're also in the description below and linked in the chat. So check it out. I also post a lot of stuff on Instagram. Whenever I'm not streaming, I post a lot of stories and reels and whatever, so check that out too. I have a TikTok as well, and I use Twitter rarely, but you can follow me there too if you want. So now I'm going to go ahead and host the Echo broadcast, because we all know that Echo is going to kill a boss now. So it is time for you to watch Echo kill a boss. Interesting song.
Always looks like these guys are dead. Dark units playing faces. Not meant to be like this.
I would really, really like this next race to have proper standard music frames in your shit. Especially now they've got adverts playing over the frames. Yeah,
Oh, it's Medic and Jordan Cast. Medic is leaving on Friday, and he's probably going to miss the kill because Medic has to cast Worlds. It's a bit sad that he's not going to get the kill. Oh, that definitely sucks a little bit. At least I doubt that the last boss goes down on Friday. I mean, it's possible, but I kind of don't think so. Unless the last boss is on the more, like, on the easier side. I think Firak died on Saturday, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mensoku. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for all the recommendations for the audiobooks. I really appreciate that. I'm going to check them out for my next book. Also, thank you so much again for all the sub gifts, for just hanging out, for chatting. And thank you so much, Anonymous, for contributing $100 towards my ski touring set. That is so incredibly nice of you. And I'm definitely looking forward to doing some ski touring. All right, have fun watching the Echo broadcast, and I will go and get my dinner. See you tomorrow in the morning, and goodbye.